I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started. I won't go, diamonds froze, life is cold to be cold. Rats told what they told, I gotta stay 10 toes. Homies calling tenfold, gang always train to go. When I go, they go away, drip out the stove. When I get my first deal, I'ma buy my family a cribbo. I got an S on my chest, so they making me feel like a hero. Summer be hot, but life so cold, I'm thinking I'm like Sub-Zero. I'ma go get a bag and turn the cash straight into heroes, Yeah, they on me. Yeah, I be up in the coop, doing the dash. Now they can't catch me. I be up in the kitchen, cooking it up, like give me the recipe. People be acting like we friends, now we ain't friends. Y'all boys my enemies, Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game, oh my God, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game, I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started,
BeatStars.com.
BC the Noisemaker.
Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, Ella take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the back, just for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They want her to get the digits, yeah I mean. Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. logging, in games we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em, falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp, know when they see us we stamp, we never lead till we amp, lead till we champ, once we logging, in games we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em, falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp, know when they see us we stamp, we never lead till we amp, lead till we champ, beat 'em advance. We think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these new bodies too. We replenish, reload our artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate Endgame must leave 1,000,000 degrees.
Welcome, everybody, to the final week of the regular season here in the UEL. We're kicking it off with the Wolves versus the Reapers. The Reapers going to look to go 9-1 to finish off their regular season really strong. The Wolves here looking to just solidify their placement heading on into the postseason. So I am Speedy, joined here today by Mad Genius.
Mad Genius.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Bandit season wrapping up. Unfortunately, we won't be making the postseason, but we are looking forward to next season. We're already working on improving after what we lost. So Wolves Reapers, like you said, Reapers looking to go in 9-1. If I'm the Wolves here, I'm looking to show that, we're a playoff team. We can make a run. Because if you're the Wolves, this is who you got to get past this postseason if you want to go all the way to Michigan. So it'll be exciting to see how hard they play and, what kind of tricks or strategies they pull out to try to surprise the defending champions.
Right, and this season has been a doozy. We can take a look at the standings maybe here for a moment, and we've got the Reapers sitting at that 8-1 like we were talking about. Wolves right now in a position where just about no matter what, I believe they will be in the wild card match. So whether they win or lose here, if they do end up winning that wild card match, they will be likely seeing the Reapers again. So this is a really good warm-up. Like you just mentioned before, this is the team you have to beat in this Northern Conference if you want to head over to Michigan. So on the other side there, obviously, we see that the South Conference is wrapping things up as well. But this being a Northern Conference game, there are a lot of implications there. The Bots and Cobras right in the middle feeling really comfortable. Reapers, on the other hand, more comfortable than almost any team up there on the list. They're feeling pretty good. Probably been focused on this eclipse on the other side in the South Conference. So I wonder if the Wolves can maybe take advantage of their focus on some of these other top teams and fly under the radar into a surprise.
Yeah, definitely. And then you look at the South Conference, and then you see that second, third, fourth spot. That could be a little bit of a shakeup, as you see. The Ravens still have one more game, and potentially they could try to overcome the X-Gods and take that 2 seed. And then you have the Gorillas and Phantoms finishing up their seasons. Phantoms playing Eclipse this Sunday. So you'll see, that'll probably be the wild card for the South. And, North Conference playoff picture is pretty much wrapped up for the most part. But it's getting down to where, we're trying to see who wins, who walks away with that $100,000, who walks out of, Devo's Performance Hall as champions.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really big season. 2 seasons in a row, we have had the same champion here in the league. So we're looking for a little bit of a switch up for some of these other teams. We want to see them really bring in. And teams like the Bots, Ravens, X-Gods are really pushing up that way. Especially the Ravens here at the end of the season have had a huge improvement and push after a little bit of a roster change up. So they're looking really, really dangerous heading into these post-game series, and the Wolves want to be one of those contested teams as well that people actually have to worry about coming here into the postseason, maybe having a push here at the end of the regular season that shows that they are here to play. They want more than just a wild card game. They want to try to shoot for that grand finals despite a rocky start to the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like you said, the Bandits there, you can see, have already finished up their season. You guys ending 2-8, 2 wins in the season, 8 loss, and then we have Gorillas on the other side in the South Conference that finished 5-5, an even record heading into the playoffs. X Gods as well, finishing up with a winning record of 6-4, ending their season on a loss, unfortunately, to the Ravens, who are wanting to push for that second place spot with their final game. So this is a very, very, very still contested league for positioning. Not everything is set quite yet, and although we know which teams won't be going into the postseason, we don't know where everybody's going to fall as we head in. So we're going to go ahead and switch over to rock, paper, scissors now and figure out which of these two teams is going to be kicking us off, deciding whether or not we will be deferring the first game.
Oh, looks like we have Ryan as game master today.
Sounds like he's got a couple of fans out there as well. And that will be the Reapers starting us off. Let's the Wolves are hoping that's not some forewarning for the rest of this match.
Yeah.
Starting off with a rock, paper, scissors win, the Reapers will determine whether this first game that we're about to spin on the wheel will be deferred or if they would like to play it out. So the first game we are going to spin is Tekken. All right. So I have a feeling the Reapers are going to be all right playing this one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to play this one.
Yeah. So as you can see, for the Wolves right now, we do have Dre and, if I could read the name, Phoenix.
Who unfortunately aren't here yet. So we're still waiting on them. That's why they're grayed out right there. So from the Wolves we have available, we have Bernay, Alchemist, MJ, and Saucy. And then the Reapers have their entire lineup available. So we will be playing Tekken. So we'll just see who do we send in here. Because the Reapers are a very spread out team as far as fighters. So I feel like they can send in practically any combination of players. The Wolves, on the other hand, we haven't seen them really jump out at us in fighters. So it'll be interesting to see what they go with and how well they stack up.
Yeah, and the Wolves do have 5 players already at this point in the game, so they'll be able to compete in anything. It's not like they're missing a really crucial chunk of their roster, but obviously with so many games on the wheel, some of these players on your roster specialize in certain games, and it's going to be upsetting if they roll something that they would have wanted one of those 2 players on.
Yeah, because I know Phoenix is a really big Rocket League player, and they might be looking for him to be there if Rocket League rolls, and it'll be a shame if it rolls and he's just not here yet.
Yeah, and the Reapers having such roster depth, it's one of the things that's so good about their roster is that they have players that can pick up on games in any category. So even if they're not going to be star participants in a certain category of game, they can really hold their own, and they're end gamers that can pick up anything at all and kind of run with it to go against all of the minimum mid-tier players, and then even sometimes take it to the top tier players in every category.
Yep, that's what it means to be an end gamer here at the UEL, is you be able to play anything, anytime, any category, and be able to come out and win. And that is what makes the Reapers as great as they are, and that's the reason why they've won the past 2 seasons. Being able to stretch out your skill set and maximize it in different categories is what makes us great, and what makes this league very, very different from any other esports league you might want to watch.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have our rosters set, and we are heading in. So we are going to be starting off Reapers on the player 2 side, so it will be as you can see on the top there.
You will get Twig as the Azucena, and it looks like MJ is going to be playing Eddie, who recently came out as a DLC character, and he's caused kind of an uproar in the Tekken scene very quickly, because a lot of his movesets in this Tekken are very difficult to deal with. Oh wait, so it's not going to be MJ?
He may have been setting controls for the team there.
So we're gonna see Poison.
All right, so it is. It's going to be Poison and Twig kicking us off here. Twig with a really, really aggressive start. But there's going to be pushback. He's not going to get anything carried all the way through. But playing really patiently, he's able to pick up on some mistakes. And with him pushed up against the wall here, Poison going to go ahead and get knocked out. So only 2 engagements it really took there for Twig to go ahead and take the win on that round. It was a quick one. Tekken definitely is one of the fighters on our wheel that there's a reason it's first to 3 rather than first to 2. It is a lot faster than some other fighting games. So Twig with really, really good control here, even though he's taking damage.
It's great patience and applying the right kinds of pressure. Poison's just gonna have to take advantage of a lot of Eddie's mix-ups in this game.
Ooh, good tech there. We're going to see a missed grab. That was actually an opening that Twig could have taken advantage of, but it'll be Poison instead taking advantage of an opening, although most of them block. This carry to the wall is going to mean a finish. And that'll be 3 in a row for Twig. Not going to lose a single round, because in this 3v3 Tekken, if you do lose a round, that equals a life. So you have 3 lives, and even if you go up against another player, you only have as many lives as your last opponent left you with. Twig here not going to lose a single one, so now it is a full 3 versus 2 for this game of Tekken. Reaper's already in the lead on this one.
And now we have Saucy J coming in. Hopefully. Oh, first game for Saucy J as a rookie, so welcome to UEL. This is going to be kind of the moment of, for any rookie realizing that this is what the best looks like. If you want to make it here, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's a really good opening for him. This is an opportunity for him to really show what he's got. So he's going to be on the law here. Going to start out defensively and then immediately get aggressive.
Smash. He has to understand that range. Azucena has really long legs, and those things come to be a big, pretty advantage. He's putting up a little more of a fight than what we saw from Poison, but still
it looks
not
like
enough.
Twig having the advantage here of knowing how to string his attacks together into a lot more health bar loss for the enemy, as opposed to the Wolves, who can maybe find openings and have good reactions, but don't know how to turn that into an efficient loss of health for Twig. Right now, just having total control. He just needs to pick up one more good hit, and that'll be it. So now, one more round before Saucy J will drop the first game of Tekken, the second matchup of Tekken to him.
You need to be able to take at least 1 or 2 rounds. I don't think you will.
And Twig on this Azucena is just so well versed from every angle. Gonna even close it up with a perfect. So it'll be a second win for Twig. Twig wanting to close it out. And even though he really is good at just about every game on the wheel, it's interesting for me to watch. I don't think of him as a Tekken player, so to watch him sweep so cleanly, this is really...
I mean,
really
it helps that he has a lot of really great fighters on the team. So, of course, they're pushing that and helping practice learning, to be much more fundamentally sound. And you see a lot of those fundamentals in his game. You see the spacing. You see, waiting for your time, knowing how and where and when to punish. So
Alchemist going in now here on the Kazuya. So is Kazuya going to go ahead and open it up. Alchemist going to get the better of Twig to start. And really getting him with the mix-up here, sweeping with the lows,
strong style.
He's caught on the back right now, so Twig wanting to put out some of that pressure and just not let up like he's done in previous rounds. Alchemist, unlike his teammates, really able to capitalize on every little opening that each of those attacks takes. So the efficiency that we weren't seeing in Alchemist teammates here on the Wolves, we are seeing out of him. Yeah, this is going to be a good back and forth between these two. Twig just going to power through here and get a little extra damage before he starts taking some himself. Now maybe slowing down the pace of play a little bit like he did in that first game. Not being so aggressive now that his opponent is a little bit better matchup for him.
You saw that round loss downloaded. Now look at how he's changed up.
Yeah, really good contact from both players. Not much going wide. Just about everything having to be blocked here. So a good grab, but Twig still with a little bit of a health advantage. Going to go ahead and lose it just by a little here before getting it right back. And Twig coming in and closing this one out. If he can win this round, he's only got one left. Let's see if he can carry this all the way. And he does. He gets the grounded attack. So one more
we might not
round.
even see anybody else get to go in for Tekken from the Reaper side.
And they certainly have players that could. So it's kind of scary to see that this player who may end up closing it out in his own isn't even the only player that could do it.
Because you got to see, this is what, you know, it helps that you have 2 former fighting belt champions on your team. So
Yeah.
you're learning everything.
Oh, and a grab is going to go ahead and close that one out too. So Twig losing 1 round out of 10 that he played, taking 9 for a win. Maybe not a perfect record, but similarly to the Reapers, not having a perfect record doesn't mean that you're not dominating.
So, and Pokemon is next, and I know how much you love this game.
Yeah, Pokemon is coming up next. I'm pretty excited. I am pretty hyped to see what these teams have coming out at this point. That first game only took us 6.5 minutes, so a really early start. If Reapers are going to take dominant wins like this, then that will give a little bit of an opportunity for Wolves to play through some of their games, maybe take some wins just as fast. So if there's going to be a fast-paced game, we might see it go pretty high scoring. I don't think this will be one of those games where the Wolves are going to go scoreless by any means. I think there are some games here that they've really been working on. So
I'll just hope that it's not anything like that Easter matchup. 'Cause
yeah,
31-0. I think that might be the only shutout in UEL that I could be wrong. That might be the only ever shutout. It's definitely the highest scoring game. They definitely broke the scoring record, but that might be the only shutout.
Yeah, I think they wanted to go for that, the wheel. I think they wanted to go all the way. I think they wanted to run through the wheel, get a perfect record, but we're going to get a timeout here. Reapers, as you can see, now have -1 timeouts. Now we will see them drop down to 4, I believe, in a moment here. Going to go ahead and use a timeout already. Pokemon is a difficult game to set up. The Switch could not be connected to the Wi-Fi, could not have the correct game in. There are so many things that happen with the Switch setup. Using a timeout is pretty ideal.
Setting up the Switch is Pokemon is normally something that you got to try to have set up pre-match. So it's one of the reasons why a lot of players here get here early to make sure things are set up and ready to go. So we aren't using timeouts when we don't need to.
Yeah, and it looks like in this one we're going to see 144p and Brunei going against each other. So,
well, hopefully the Wolves have somebody who can coach this through. I don't know if Brunei has a lot of Pokemon knowledge, but I definitely do know that the Reapers do their research.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, just the way that some of the players talk on the Reapers when you start discussing Pokemon and they start to cut in with the things that they do know, it's so obvious that they pick up on every little detail they can get about every game. If you bring up a new concept in a game that they've never heard of, they will listen in, pick it up immediately, and start figuring out how that gets put to use. So not only do they already know how to dominate most games on this wheel, but they're always picking up on new information as well. Pokemon being one of the games that is just such a deep strategy concept with so many different possibilities, it does take a lot of time to learn. So it's a little bit more difficult for any of the players in the UEL to pick up on this game when they're fresh into it.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre will be next.
All right, so let's see. We are just going to head right into it. It looks like the teams already have their setup. So we are going to see a Kyurem Indeedee and a Golden Go Urshifu. So we are watching 144p's POV right now. This Surging Strikes Urshifu and Golden Go on his side into the Kyurem White and Indeedee. Now this Kyurem White in a decently comparable position because of the Golden Go. Golden Go not really threatening the Indeedee as much because these Shadow Balls are not effective against it. But this Make It Rain here, if this Golden Go is built to take such a large
He's
helpful
gonna use
Pokemon.
Protect here, defend himself.
Very interesting. And I wonder if we'll see a Detect from the Urshifu as well. Now, Urshifu going to switch out. Wow, that DDD is squishy. So this Urshifu going to go ahead and almost knock it out at that point. Get a switch out here. And we'll see if the Indeedee wants to set up a Trick Room because I imagine that team is a whole lot slower. So we see a Tornadus, Iron Hands, Arcanine, Ogerpon. The Reapers here working with a older style team. Something that you would see in previous formats. No legendaries involved, no restricted Pokemon. This Intimidate going to come out here. Kyurem White. All right, the Fusion Flare into the Golden Go not going to connect.
Also, the Protect was probably a really good idea there.
Yeah, really smart Protect. He wanted to get his board positioned correctly, get an Intimidate out. That Arcanine not going to take much damage from that Fairy type move. So Golden Go here in a position for a lot of damage on this Kyurem on the other side. No Trick Room set up by the Indeedee, which means that if this Golden Go is faster than the Arcanine, a Make It Rain and then possibly Head Smash. We'll see what he goes for.
I think they're going to Terrestrialize it. They Terrestrialize the Golden Go.
Yeah, into a Dragon type as well. Very interesting option here. I think maybe anticipating that a Fusion Flare might go into this slot. But with both of these Pokemon being faster, so we're going to see that Follow Me, which is likely going to end up being useless here. We'll see if Golden Go goes first. Golden Go does not go first. The Rock Slide going to miss the Indeedee. Shouldn't matter here, though, as a Golden Go makes it rain and going to take 2 knockouts. So a really good opening from 144p. Going to lose a lot of special attack there. Golden Go no longer in a position on the field where it could put out quite as much damage as it could have before, but still a very strong Pokemon. And if it is switched out, that special attack drop will reset. So its special attack will be back up to full.
Yeah, but what do you think about Terrestrializing so early in the match?
I think it was a very what-if play. And I think the idea is that if you do it, you're guaranteed to be in a position where you're up by 2 Pokemon, even if Rock Slide misses Kyurem, right? And Kyurem is able to use Fusion Flare in your Golden Go. Because of the resistance of the Dragon type on that Fire type attack, you likely don't lose your Golden Go there anymore, and you're able to get a double knockout. So it secured this really, really heavy lead that he's in now. And this Astral Barrage, everybody knows a very, very strong attack going to come out. Do a lot of damage onto that Arcanine. Arcanine and Golden Go both going to survive here. So this Rock Slide going to do a lot of damage on that Tornadus and get the knockout in 1 hit. Now Golden Go, who's still on the field, going to utilize its Ghost typing Shadow Ball. No longer stab boosted because it's not a Ghost type Pokemon anymore. Not going to matter. Going to get the knockout. So 144p for the Reapers now.
So that's
up.
4 of their Pokemon already gone.
Yeah, this will be the last 2 in the back that we see coming out. This will be all they have. So let's see what it is that they're going to be bringing in off the back. Their last duo they wanted to bring in. They didn't set up a Tailwind of any kind, so if this isn't a really speedy duo, they are going to have a little bit of a speed advantage. Now, this Palafin not utilized correctly by any means. Palafin being in right now with no ability to switch out means it won't be able to go into its hero form. Its ability makes it so that when it is switched out of battle and then comes back in, it goes from what they call 0 to hero, where it takes a different form and its attack goes up by a heavy amount. So this Palafin not utilized correctly, not going to be able to go into that hero mode at all. So a very weak Pokemon on the field right now. Zacian, on the other hand, a very strong Pokemon. Play Rough going to come out on a Golden Go, a very readable move. The only super effective attack that could come out on that Golden Go. Rock Slide, as you can see, going to do half damage on that Palafin. And then that Zacian even going to take critical damage. So Flip Turn going to go out on the Arcanine. Finally, with a critical hit, going to get the first knockout. That was quadruple effective as well. So was going to get the knockout no matter what. That Flip Turn on Palafin usually used to get it out of battle, just like the U-turn we saw from the
Yeah.
Urshifu earlier. But with no Pokemon in the back, that flip turn becomes pretty useless and just becomes a simple water type move. So I imagine Aqua Jet being the other water type attack on that Pokemon, and possibly some more water type stab as well for situational. And we will see now. This Iron Hand's going to come out able to do super effective damage into Palafin. So if this Palafin doesn't have Protect, then
So
we're probably
use
going to see
fake out here.
Yeah, Fake Out, very smart to use on the Zacian, which is the most powerful Pokemon on the other side of the field right now. Going to lose a turn to it. Zacian going to...
Terrestrialize.
All right. Into a Steel type. So a little bit difficult to do damage on now with the attacks that are being utilized. But... Oh, and the Psychic Terrain still up, not taken into account. Iron Hand's not going to be knocked out, though. A very bulky attacking Pokemon. Wave Crash, however, will finish it. A very strong water type move. So we're going to see that Iron Hands go
so
down.
It looks like the Wolves are
Whew. And not
Wolves
very
are putting up a
effective.
bit of a fight. That special attack goes down even more.
Yeah, this Zacian, definitely a Pokemon that can mount a comeback on its own. There are still a few Pokemon that threaten on the other side. That Urshifu, if it has close combat, is a very, very dangerous Pokemon for Zacian to be going up against. But with Play Rough on the side of the Zacian, anything is really possible here against this team. It may find a difficult time getting a one-hit knockout on the Tornadus, though. Tornadus, on the other hand, going to find a pretty easy knockout onto Palafin, and actually going to Tailwind, which is smart. Starting the setup for the end game, because it looked like 144p wanted to rush this one to the end. Now it looks like 144p has realized that that's not going to happen. Zacian, a little bit too strong of a Pokemon to rush through. You still have to play intelligently. Play Rough, that's unfortunate. Play Rough going to miss one of those physical attacks that just does not have a guaranteed connect. So both of these Pokemon going to stay up on the field. Palafin is gone. All you have left is this Zacian. These Shadow Balls from Golden Go will do pretty significant damage. So we're likely going to see... I'd say we're going to see Zacian go into the red here. I do... Oh, no. Golden Go going to set up with a nasty plot because... Yeah, I guess that... Wow, Zacian even going to avoid the not super effective attack. This nasty plot really risky because if we see a Play Rough connect with Golden Go's done. Yeah, and there he goes.
Just like you predicted, it seems like Brunei on the Wolf side had the same idea.
Yeah, that Dragon type Golden Go worked out for a lot of that match. Definitely brought in some resistances that were much needed, but Zacian, such a powerful Pokemon brought in the last generation. The box art legendary for Sword. Still sitting at really good health because of the miss on that Bleakwind Storm, which already likely not going to do a ton of damage. Urshifu here does have the close combat, so that should wrap it up. That'll be it.
Yeah.
Urshifu, a very, very strong Pokemon from the Sword and Shield DLC, a water fighting type. Because that Zacian was no longer fairy type, that will go ahead and close it out for us with a super effective close combat. We will see the Reapers take a second game here against the Wolves and make our way into our first asymmetrical game, which will be Texas Chainsaw Massacre at 3v4.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is becoming one of my personal favorites. Because they've added another new family member and another new survivor. So you're gonna see it expanding and getting further, getting better. And as you see more characters getting added into the game, you'll see more different strategies. Depending on the map. They also just released a new map. And I'll see if either team wants to play on it.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that can be used as a serious advantage for a setup team. If it's something that the Wolves have been practicing and this is one of the games that they wanted to jump on during an update, then yeah, maybe you could find an advantage using superior map knowledge.
Things like that could help you get advantage if you keep up with like patch notes and updates and things getting added into the game. It allows for you to create new strategies on the fly mid-season, even end season like this. So you have things to prepare for once the postseason starts and playoffs get running. Catch some teams off guard because a lot of teams, have like set strategies, set things that they do. You disrupt that, and it can be what you need to win.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of patches being put into games at all times with 33 games on the wheel. There's a lot to keep up with. That's why team leadership is really, really important. It can be the make or break. If there are teams comprised of just enough players to make it by in each game, that they're not going to compete to nearly the same level as a team that has solid leadership, that's really focused on the league, keeping up with all of these patch updates. That's how you make your way to $100,000. There are some teams that will compete and have their fun, and there are some teams that will be on that stage in about 2 months from now competing for $100,000 because of the fact that they kept up, they worked hard, they were consistent for this is week 15 of a regular season, and we're not even in the postseason yet. It's a lot of time to be dedicated to something, so they really, really have to earn it.
Yeah, definitely. So we will see how things go and see how many new strategies and new counter strategies we will see moving forward. Speaking of new updates and patches, Overwatch is coming a new season come up. I don't know if you played the sneak preview of Venture and see how Venture works.
Oh yeah.
So we might see that incorporated into a couple new team comps.
Yeah, it could be a very, very cheesy way to grab some wins in the league here. Definitely take advantage of. I mean, a whole new character is really something that you can take advantage of for lack of game knowledge. So
I'm out. I'm
going to see Guilty Gear come up next.
I'm out.
Right.
All right, so the Reapers will be the victims, and the Wolves will be family.
Be good, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, don't wake up, Grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this game goes. I think people were predicting that the Wolves were going to be victims on this Thursday in particular, but not how it's going to be in this game of Texas Chainsaw. So we'll see if this could be the Wolves turning it around, try to play some mind games, use those killers to get into the heads of the Reapers. And
so I'm not hearing 18 Chainsaws. I don't know if anybody's playing Leatherface here.
No, don't follow me, bro. What are y'all doing? Yo.
It's like getting some call-outs here that they should start splitting up.
Oh, we do have a Leatherface.
There we go. There he is. Gonna make his way quickly through the map here. Gonna start cutting apart these boards. It does look like the general area of where the Reapers are is already known by the Wolves. So make his way quickly around the map, and there's two. Gonna make contact with one. Gets stalled on that chainsaw. Let's see. It looks like. Yep, finally revving it up again. Standing here in the hallway is a good idea. It does block a passageway for the Reapers to try to get through. So. You will see MJ here still looking around. He does find another survivor. Not going to get too greedy and go straight for him, but it does result.
Wait, he can go around the corner. Why is he? Oh, he took the long way around.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing patiently, maybe a little bit too patiently. Hasn't been able to connect here yet. A lot of work being done on the outside. You can see by
Leatherface chasing. Hitchhiker.
I'm looking right at him. I'm coming up.
Hitchhiker's roaming exterior.
He's grabbing a pig lock.
So it looks like Bernay here is going to be waiting on the outside for if there is an escape. Oh, and ran right into him. I don't think MJ saw him, I gotta be honest. I think he gave himself away there.
Hitchhiker at,
So
car
did
graveyard.
make it to the
Hitchhiker to get
outside though.
Hitchhiker car graveyard. Hitchhiker car graveyard.
Egg finding a place to crouch and hide.
Play no games.
So,
Does he see him?
Hitchhiker
No,
car
he
does
doesn't.
not. Not yet.
I'm out of there.
We're gonna need some.
Oh,
He sees him now.
he sees him now. That door gonna be closed. A little bit of time for Egg to maybe get away. Gets to the garage here. Gonna keep playing this front porch.
Oh, he's hurt.
Gets the door open.
He's one tap.
I'm going.
Oh, that, yeah, you can see that blinking health bar there at the bottom. He's not looking
He's
good.
gonna have to go back down into the basement.
Yeah, much rather preserve your life and take some time than end up dying.
I'm escaping.
So a little bit of health gained there. Maybe he can take another hit at this point.
He's car graveyard.
Look, I'm about to escape.
I'm gonna look for
I don't know what y'all are doing.
A little bit more searching
car graveyard.
on.
The
Yeah,
wolves are
right.
doing a good job of
I'm gonna look for feuds.
roaming
go
exits.
over,
You
bro.
know, keeping victims chased.
Go ahead.
Because
Go
if
ahead.
they're running around being chased, they can't get to an exit. They can't get cargo battery. They can't get fused. They can't try to move around.
Fuse is not Johnny Shark.
And right now, I'm curious if the
You
wolves
see
even
the
want to
Connie.
have anybody in the basement.
Is that car gen? Is he moving through car gen?
Cuddy being very patient here. Taking his time in the bushes behind this car. No need to rush. Some of his teammates are still in the basement handling their own objectives anyways.
See, in situations like this, it'd be good to have a Johnny.
All right, and a very nice
Cook.
getaway there from, I believe that was Egg again. Yeah, Egg can't catch a break here today. And utilize this gap for a quick getaway. Maybe use two of them, in fact. So once again, getting away.
Oh, he passed out.
Yeah, he just left.
Good spot to pass out in, though. Made it all the way away from the killer that he was being chased by. So.
You know, Leland. Oh, is he stronger? Is he stronger? Can he mash?
Yes.
I'm gonna know.
Kitten having just enough stamina to handle that. Although he is very low on it, so. Getting it back here.
He's hurt. He has his shoulder tackle.
Right, and strangely enough, this very short escape may have been a good enough getaway. Looks like nobody caught on, so for the moment, able to hide, hold this position. See a lot of these players being able to save their teammates' time. So the Reapers here really distracting the killers when they need to. Dangerous situation for Cuddy, though, being chased. Able to squeeze through without getting hit, but he's going to have to do a lot more escaping here.
He's going to pass out if he keeps running like that.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's got to walk now. He's going to take some hits. Low health. You got to sprint. Yeah, and that's going to be the solution. Gonna have to hop right back into the basement, unfortunately. Going to have to recover as well.
Oh, he's in lair.
Alright, so a full stamina regain, but Leatherface is onto him. Cuddy so dangerously low now. Might be just a hit away from death. Gotta find a squeeze.
Those cracks.
Able to even pick up an item there. Maybe try to get his own health back. He is detected, though. MJ knows where he is. Can he get the squeeze through? It sounds like we may have had a chainsaw stall there behind him. So he gets himself healed up. Now able to take a couple of hits. Able to prolong this chase, saving his teammates even more time once again. So yeah, we just saw that chainsaw had to be revved back up. We did hear it stall before. I think that was a fake squeeze. No, okay, there was just squeezing through the passage over and over. Gonna get this chainsaw fully revved.
He can see if he can catch him in the animation, poke him through.
Yeah, he's not even attempting it. Didn't even try to close the gap there. Just wants to maybe keep him from escaping. He is not in a great position on the map right now, Cuddy.
He hasn't cornered. He's gonna need somebody to come down and help.
Yeah, and then if Cuddy is stuck down here and unable to help his teammates in any way, it is also possible that the other killers can capitalize on the players up top and just save Cuddy for last.
All right, so he's gonna regain some health. Leland just ran. We just watched Leland run around.
Yeah, probably a good teammate to stick with if you need any kind of disruption, but no longer at very low
They're
health.
all outside. They're all outside now.
Oh man, this is a position for the survivors to really put in some work. They can start going ahead on some of these escapes now. Grandpa making it to level
Great
2.
job. Staying still.
Yeah, not going to be detected by Grandpa as long as they stay still. We get the survivors finally moving again. And it looks like they're all in the same area, so they definitely have an idea of where they want to escape. They know where they want to be.
Turn the generator
Hear
off.
that chainsaw. MJ's on his way.
He's gonna get looped.
Uh-oh. Dangerous position. Not a lot of stamina.
They run out. Yep, they escape.
Oh, nice dodge. Cuddy not only able to survive, but...
You gotta watch that sprint. That sprint.
Oh, being chased by 2 killers right now. They just have to get that... They just have to get that stamina up enough. And his chainsaw isn't revved. It did stall during the earlier swipe that we saw. So this lock going to be undone very quickly. 2 exits. That's going to be, I believe, a full almost.
No,
is that 3 escaped or 2?
They need 3.
They need 3, and they only have 2 so far. Okay, so there are still 2 left.
They need to make sure the other 2. They need to turn generator back on.
Right, and hopefully one of these killers here for the
generators
Wolves
turn back on.
Stayed near the exit.
See, this is where they would need like a Johnny or somebody, or they need that cook to use his ability.
Yo, where am I going, Cuddy?
Kitten, I think, looking for call-outs here.
Yeah, that's all I'm where am I going?
Trying to get some guidance as to how to make his way toward the exit.
Cuddy, where am I going? Tell my coach got no clue what's going on. All right. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win, Cuddy.
All right, so
Leland's trying to escape. Sonny is listening out, probably just gathering information, listening out, because his ability allows him to hear the family members, kind of the way that Cook uses his to hear the victims.
Pebble playing very safe right now, making his way through the bushes. Not finding any contact with the family. If he can escape, it would be a clutch for a win for his team here.
That joint is not unlocked. He's right behind me.
Yeah, you can hear the chainsaw. A little bit of a he's right behind me, isn't he moment.
Hold on. Hold on.
And gate is unlocked and closed.
One's in garage.
A lot of stamina here.
One's in garage.
Very much
He's gonna get
possibility.
hurt.
He won.
He's gonna have to reset himself. Wow, gonna have to go all the way back down to the basement and start from scratch. So the Wolves not letting this guaranteed win come out easily for the Reapers. They want to take this one to points.
And I think that the Wolves have a chance of winning this if they come to points.
Yeah, both teams have done a really, really good job. A decently quick escape from the first 2 Reapers. Maybe not the fastest possible, but very efficient from them. And the killers of Wella put out a lot of damage, the family, despite the fact that they... Oh, I was going to say I haven't gotten any kills, but that will be 1. So, Kitten going to go down, and this is going to be all up to Pebble now to clutch a win for the Reapers.
Yeah, he's down. He's down in Leatherface lair.
Looks like when it comes to points, depending on how it gets divided up, this is gonna be a close one.
You think I'm kicking that joint? You think I'm kicking that joint?
All right, Pebble gonna make his way up the ladder
How
here,
long it take to kick that joint?
making his way back up. Vertical movement is what you want to see as a survivor toward your escape.
Hey,
His team very happy. I'm sure a little bit less tense to see that he's back up and outside. Although in the open here, it becomes more difficult to make escapes, less places to squeeze through, less, maybe more places to hide, but less places to actually get a full-on escape if you do get engaged by a killer. Leatherface on the left at the porch. I don't know if you saw him.
I think he did. Either he saw him or his teammate saw him and gave him the call out. What he needs to do is he needs to utilize his ability before Grandpa gets max level and he can't hide anymore. You can see Hitchhiker running around.
Yeah, if Pebble
He has to maintain.
If Pebble uses his ability here, he'll probably be able to find where his opening is. For an escape, he needs to know which direction to go, which means he needs to know where the killers are. Leatherface does not know where he is. Not going to be found, I'm almost certain. That's very, very tall grass hiding in.
They're checking car battery now. He can try to go through generator exit.
It is already open, so with them...
He would just need to return the generator off.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
And another level from Grandpa already.
They get one more level, then him standing still won't do anything. So if they're roaming, oh damn!
And you can see that blood is being collected to get to that level 5 as well. Uh-oh. Nope, not spotted. He does know he's got all the family to his back at this point. Gotta hope they didn't turn around and spot you right there, but here's the generator. All right. This is where he's going to have to run for it. Leatherface not spotting him yet. And there it is. Generator turned off. He's just got to run. All he's got to do is utilize the stamina.
Gotta watch that heartbeat, though. Watch that stamina.
Yep, slow down a little bit right here. Make sure you get it back. You don't quite have the family on your tail yet. And now with full stamina there, he's going to make a run for the exit.
Run, Forrest, run.
Let's see if he's got it. Come on, Pebble. So close.
Oh!
The padlock. He's got to get it unlocked. Oh,
Don't
the
break
killer's
your
gonna
unlock
be
tool. Don't break your unlock tool. They still don't know. They weren't able to track him from the generator. They're not on his tail. If he breaks his unlock tool, that will kill him.
Oh, they know. They know they're coming up on him. He's been spotted. This is going to be close. It's open. He's out.
Yes.
He's out. Pebble makes it out and clutches up Texas Chainsaw for his team. It was an almost 20-minute game, but Pebble was able to escape. So 3 out of the driveway exit will be another win for the Reapers.
That was great. I feel like that was great play on both sides. You got to see the Wolves worked really well together there as a family. Just like last second, you let one exit get open. When you know you have one person left, you have to have everyone there. So you have the numbers, man. Just 4v1 at that point. If you need to secure that one last kill, and all they need to do is just have somebody sit at every exit, or sit close to every exit, because there's only fuse, car battery, and generator.
Yeah, we did see the Wolves on the family sticking a little bit too close together at the end of the game, and when Pebble saw his opening, when he saw how clustered they were and that they were all heading to his back, he knew he could move forward.
Yeah,
got that generator and made his way out. Somehow they didn't even spot him leaving the generator.
I don't even know how they didn't. And whoever was playing Cook got there just a little too late.
It was a very, very close one. Good play from both sides, like you said, for sure. And now we are headed into Guilty Gear. So another 3v3 fighter. This time, 2 rounds each for a win, but still on that life system where if you do lose a round, then you only have 1 round remaining for your next opponent. So this game of Guilty Gear definitely going to be...
This is going to be interesting. Do we see another fighter sweep?
But we do see that the Reapers have more of their roster available. because of not only the fact that Phoenix isn't here yet, but also the fact that the Wolves are missing just one extra player. I guess two if you count Phoenix.
King Dre might be here. It looks like King Dre may have arrived.
Yep.
He's highlighted now. So now it's 6v7. It's still very, very doable.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see how things progress here.
Right. You never want to be in a position where you have to make a comeback. So the sooner Phoenix can get here and the Wolves can have their entire lineup ready to go, the better. Because they're going to need as many of these early game wins as they possibly can. Mounting a comeback against the Reapers. I mean, an 8-1 team in general, no less the one that we have in front of the Wolves here. A comeback is not going to be an easy feat when we get to the end game. So they're going to want to take a lot of these early rounds to get their optimal rosters in, which means having your entire roster available for play. But we will see a timeout here from the Wolves, possibly going to be the first timeout from a team. The first one that we had going into Pokemon may have been a technical, because I'm seeing that the Reapers do still have 5 timeouts. So that was a technical timeout that we used there for Pokemon.
It looks like the Wolves are taking a timeout, and I don't know if it's a setup issue or is it a do we want to play this kind of issue. Oh, it looks like we will.
I think they were just trying to buy themselves a little bit more time for the setup. And here we go over to the console. We're going to get the wheel up as well as we get ready to hit this one. So we are going to see that...
the Reapers are player 1.
Yeah, Reapers are going to be player 2, I believe. Reapers on player 2. It says Wolves on player 1.
Oh, Wolves on player 1. My bad.
So this Nagoriyuki here is going to be 144p, who, I see what you're saying now. It looks like the players are switched on either side, so we'll let you know who is who, but that Nago gonna go ahead and take round 1. So now this Chip standing on his last life. All right, a lot of good contact being made here early by Chip, and the pressure up against the wall as well. It does get short, however.
Pressure. Because with character like Nagaru can do so much damage as you're seeing very quickly.
Oh, okay, so the blood drive gonna hit a max there, which means Nago is going to stun himself. It left an opening for Chip, but as soon as he was done with that blood drive, he went straight into finishing off the round. And we are going to see that that was, I believe that's 144. That went ahead and took that one, yeah.
Wins that.
So 144 on the Nago, the player who clutched out Pokemon for his team. Gonna go ahead and also grab a round 1 on Guilty Gear. So now it looks like I believe we're going to see Pebble?
No, that's
or I'm sorry. That's Saucy. 144 still playing. We are seeing Saucy sitting in now here for the Wolves, who's going to be on the ABBA.
Which is a newer character as well.
Right. Not the Nordic European pop group from the 80s, but rather it's a character with the key here that you'll see based on that gauge at the bottom. That key will evolve a little bit throughout the point of this game, depending on whether we see Saucy starting to make some contact. So we do, and now you see that that gauge is filling for the key, but this wall break gonna bring Saucy very low. It's a burst there to stay out of it. The blood drive coming through. Ooh, there was an opportunity there to get him during the stun, but ABBA not able to move very well, you can see.
Yeah, it doesn't seem he has any of the movement or moves down yet. Might still be learning the character.
Yeah,
ABBA is a fairly new character, so
dragged down when the key is in this like simple state as well before it goes into its overdrive mode. So we'll see even aerial contact being made. Oh, another blood burst there, but not going to come to anything as Saucy unable to capitalize on it. So Alchemist going to come in here, and just like he attempted to do on Tekken, he is going to try and reverse sweep a so far perfect
at
player
least
on the
can he
Reapers.
stop the sweep?
Right, he's got to. I mean, he's got to at least take one here, like he did on Tekken, right?
Yeah, gotta at least get one person out.
Yeah, Alchemist wanting to take 3 whole players, though, not going to settle for a single round. This is going to be a tricky mountain to overcome here, but I do think it depends. We'll see here if Alchemist is possibly more comfortable for making this kind of anchor for his team in Guilty Gear as opposed to Tekken. So he will lock in that Kai Kisuke here. Kai Kisuke being a player that really good players show a lot of insane skill on, and new players tend to lean on for his easily adaptable playstyle.
Yeah, Kaikis is very like that balanced character that can do a little bit of everything. So once you're learning the game, most people start. I started playing Kaikis when I first started playing this game, and most people use him as a starting point. He has a really good starting point.
Wow, really, really good patience here from 144, but he eventually gets punished. With the amount of pressure Alchemist was putting out, it was only a matter of time.
He's going to try to zone him out.
When he's close to doing it, he does. So, like we said, cancels the sweep. Not going to end up happening at this point, but 144 not going to lay down and take it. He's still definitely got some damage to be putting out here. Gonna bring 144 down past half. Now that blood drive comes out. 144 was down, so unable to take advantage of it. But both players very low here. Let's see how much health Nago lost. But he's able to connect the final few hits to take a round. 144 now on his final life for his team. Alchemist on the final life just for himself, with 2 teammates in the back remaining. So the zoning play seemed to work out well in the first round. It got him closer, but is that really what he wanted? See a little bit of tactical crouching coming out as well, I believe, from 144, but Alchemist not going to take that one laying down, although he is going to take some heavy damage. And able to capitalize on the blood drive stun once again. It's been a real problem here for the Wolves. Is able to close the distance, though. Got him at very low health. He just has to find one more connect. Will he even be able to? He doesn't. Oh, man. 144 so... Sorry, Alchemist so close to being able to pick up a player for his team, but just like it went in Tekken, he's only able to take a single round before getting closed out.
By this much.
Very, very, very close one between those two. Unfortunately, there was still 2 players in the back.
Straight into DNF after this.
Yes, we will be going into DNF. Okay, so 2v2 fighter we've got coming up here.
So, let me see. We'll probably see Cuddy and Kitten take on MJ and... I don't know. Do you send Alchemist right back out there?
I think in a 2v2, you actually have a better opportunity to get a win if you send Alchemist in. I think a 3v3 is a lot harder of an anchoring position to have, but in a 2v2, only having to go up against 2 opponents, possibly even one that only has a single life left, that's a little bit more of a foreseeable victory for the player at that point. Yeah. Your morality is a little bit less crushed by watching your teammates get destroyed. There's definitely a path to victory, so... Yeah, I think Alchemist, if he wants to take one of these fighters and really be a hero for his team, a 2v2 is a better opportunity for that.
Yeah, you're going to see it, and it's going to show this, because this is showing you what you need to work on. So the Wolves are going to need to get a little bit better at these fighters, because you're seeing what happens when they roll, and, you know, it's a lot to put one person down as the anchor and put it on them to try to, like, come back and win, but your secondary and tertiary fighters need to be able to do something. They need to be able to win rounds. Yeah,
absolutely. We're going to see Twig and Cuddy on the side of the Reapers, and then exactly what we expected on the side of the Wolves. We will see MJ and Alchemist. So let's see if MJ and Alchemist can duo here in DNF to take a win against Twig and Cuddy, who, if this were Warzone, I would probably submit a forfeit against. But considering this isn't a shooter, good chance here for MJ and Alchemist. Cuddy and Twig, obviously, we saw just how good Twig is at fighters on his own.
And CTR is next.
All right. So CTR...
I don't think the Wolves play CTR.
Interesting thing here about CTR is that Kitten is the only player left for the Reapers on the roster, which means he will have to go in. I have seen Kitten play CTR before. He is a 4th place player, so he does rely on his teammates to carry. Now, the Reapers do have their entire lineup to work with after he gets submitted, so it's very possible to take a 1st and 4th scoreline to win by 1 in the very end.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, so we'll see. Maybe the Wolves will want to take it to them, even if they're not the most confident CTR team. All right, so here we are going to start off with Crusader and Striker.
I think this is Cuddy playing Striker.
Yeah, so Cuddy on Striker, and it's going to be MJ there on the Crusader. So
he's trying to put that corner pressure on him. You gotta stop that.
Oh man, I mean, it's slow damage, but it's coming out in waves. And another connect up against the wall again. He's gonna get carried into the air up against the wall once more.
Not.
This might not finish him. He is taking very, very low damage here. It looks like he was bubbled.
On.
All right, using the range to an advantage, good idea. That's how you stop yourself from getting pushed against the wall. That, on the other hand, is not how you stop it. So, gonna take 2 high drops in a row, and that'll end it. You can see that a little bit of damage was put out on Cuddy there. Just not enough. A really, really good start from Cuddy there. Backing up out of range of the hammer. Oh, man, and he's going to try to hold this position again. We got to see if MJ learned anything.
He's applying a lot of pressure here. He needs to back him up a little bit. Got to watch those jumps.
All right, not going to be pushed fully against the wall here, although he will crouch block and get grabbed. This time...
You gotta keep that distance.
Yeah, avoiding the pressure a lot better. All right, so we see 2 highs come out again, and that's how this one always starts.
That will be it.
That second connect is going to be Cuddy taking another first round for the Reapers.
Looks like Phoenix is here.
So it looks like the timeout will be taken from the Wolves because they did take too much time, I believe. So... So the setup for the game, 60 seconds, something we usually actually see at DNF, one of those games that we do see go to time on occasion. So
DNF is one of the easier setups, so messing up the setup is not good.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and lose a timeout.
Because those things could become very, very important later on in the match.
Right. Now, it's possible that won't hurt them too terribly, depending on what happens, because at halftime, you do go down to 2 timeouts anyway if you haven't used one. So, we will be seeing, unfortunately, the Wolves there now on 3 timeouts, despite only actually having used 1. Cuddy gonna come out with a lot of early pressure again. This time, actually...
Seems to be playing very well against characters with more range.
Yeah, Alchemist here finding a little bit of control, although he does have a tendency in every fighting game to continue his combos into blockages and not look for the next opportunity. So you can see here that Cuddy is low, very low in fact. If he takes another hit, this one will be over, and you talked about that range. That could become really dangerous in this situation.
His block meter is coming down. He has to apply the pressure.
Blocking again, but he's not able to find the contact to push him up against the wall. 4 seconds remaining. The contact made though, so Alchemist will take a round, and this is how it starts.
This is how it's been the last 3 fighters. Alchemist takes a round off the last person, but can't finish.
Yeah, we'll see if it seems like his specialty is his training and preparation for these games, whereas other players will download their opponent and play based on a matchup basis. We'll have to see if Alchemist can bring that out, because you can see just how low Cuddy already got his health bar in this early round. And Cuddy may be able to close this one out. He does. He makes the contact. 1 life left for either of these players. Alchemist with no backup. Cuddy with an entire player sitting behind him. A player, in fact, who already defeated Alchemist in a fighter earlier today. So we will see just how that goes. We're going to find more highs coming in. Alchemist not going to get caught off by him. Finally finds that unblocked contact that he needs. Able to get it twice in a row. Doesn't find the third. Gonna use up some of that meter here. Gonna cost him some health bar.
Can't get stuck in this loop.
Yeah, Alchemist definitely better at finding the escape than MJ, but Cuddy here switching it up, using some grabs with that pressure against the wall now. Not only going for the same string. You see, he didn't start with the highs that time. He really switched it up, focused on the low, and took that last round. Alchemist just can't close out on these players. He can take the rounds, but he can't take the games.
And we're going to need to see that improvement.
Oh, man.
Or else the playoffs are going to be very, very short for them.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a preview of what's to come if the Wolves are able to defeat their opponents in the wild card, and we can actually take a check of the standings here, and we'll see that the Wolves and Ghosts are likely going to be the matchup that we see there. Now, the Cobras and the Ghosts do still each have a game remaining, so they will still... I'm not certain which day this was last updated on, but there are a couple of teams now that have finished their season, so this is last week's standing, so... Cobras and Ghosts right there in the middle. You can see one of them going to be the opponent for the Wolves for the wild card game. If the Wolves can defeat them, it will be the Reapers that they go up against. So Cobras and Bots aren't something that they really have to worry about in the current standing positions. It's got to be the Wolves that they really have to prep for, and then the Reapers that they have to be ready to take on when they really make it into the postseason, into that top 4 for the conference. So we will see what happens. We've talked already about the Bucks and the Bandits, both mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Phantoms, on the other hand, just finding a position in the South Conference. Gonna have to take it up against the Gorillas, who the Gorillas being a really tough team. The South Conference is kind of packed there in the middle. The Gorillas sometimes go overshadowed. So do you see any opportunity for the Gorillas to sneak their way maybe higher than the position that they're currently sitting in?
I mean, I see them in the playoffs taking down the Phantoms and then having to get past either the Ravens or the X-Gods. If I'm the Gorillas, I'm focusing up labbing for the Phantoms, obviously, because you can't sleep on any team, especially in the postseason. And then shoring up what skills you need to sharpen up for either one of those other two teams. Because with the X-Gods, you'll have to be able to take fighters, you'll have to be able to take shooters. And it's kind of the same thing with the Ravens, but they are a slightly better strategy team. So with the Gorillas, like, they're in a position to where it's not too hard, but it's also not easy. So they just have to make sure that they're ready, and because we saw them a few weeks ago play, I think it was the Eclipse, and shooters being one of their main categories, and they didn't win any of them. So they're going to need to get that fixed and patch up a lot of the holes that they have.
Yeah, for sure. And the Ravens as well, for those of you building your playoff brackets at home, trying to make your predictions, we should note that if the Gorillas beat the Phantoms, they will be going up against the Eclipse. Now, whoever wins that wild card game will be up against the Eclipse, but the Ravens and X-Gods will likely see each other in their first round of postseason. And this is 2 weeks very close together that we have seen the Ravens defeat the X-Gods. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, as we head into CTR, we're going to see the right side of your screen will be the Wolves, currently holding the 3rd and 2nd positions. Meanwhile, the Reapers holding that first and fourth that we talked about. Kitten not being too experienced with this game, but Egg trying to just hold that top position here for them.
And it looks like 2K is next.
Actually, I may be incorrect depending on how... It does look like we have Reapers. It does say Kitten top left at the moment. If that's correct, I'm very surprised. I think the last time I saw Kitten play, he wasn't in a position like this, so... All right, so we're going to go ahead and check that information. A little bit of production... a little bit of... yeah, a little bit of production insight here to the fact that that might not be Kitten in your top left. We're going to go ahead and bank on the fact that that one is probably Egg. Egg right now holding a first place position. Although we see that bottom left right now is holding second place. So very interesting circumstance that the Reapers have both first and second place. This could be one that the Wolves might want to call early. They're going to use a first forfeit. This maybe cut this one a little short.
Wolves, because the bottom right, the whole right side, they don't seem to be... I don't see a lot of drifting going on. I see, whoever's on the bottom right knows a little bit, but who's ever on top right is just straight up driving. And in a game like CTR, you can't do that. And he hits.
So we're going to see teammates making contact with each other here. Yeah, really interesting that right now, for some reason, that player in your bottom right who was in fourth place, despite the fact that he's able to drift and get boost on this map, somehow his teammate was still ahead of him. It may be a map difficulty thing because the map here, a lot of open area to fall off and get stalled out. So we will see who's who on the screen here. But if this is all left side Reapers like we think it is, this is a lot.
Yeah, this is
a big lead.
You can see how far away they are from each other.
Yeah, I mean, how long is this missile going to be locked onto this top left player? Indefinitely, because top left is going to go ahead and take the finish. So looks like if bottom left here can finish this one up in second place, based on the information we have right now, that'll be the Reapers with a huge lead. And coming up on the end of the course as well here, bottom left player, they're going to go ahead and make the finish line cross there. Third place. Still not really even in a position to be saying that they're closing out the map yet. So it will still be a while for them. The right side here, right side of the screen, very far behind. All right, so Kitten in the top left, Egg in the bottom left. That's what we have. So Kitten in a position right now. Very interesting. All right, so we have yeah, Kitten on the top left, finishing in first. Clearly a competent enough CTR player. But the last time we saw him in a game of CTR, there were three very experienced players, and he certainly finished the map quicker than third and fourth place in this one. So right now the Wolves in a pretty terrible position.
Yeah, because like you said, if Kitten is supposed to be, the worst one out of the two, and he just took first place from you by a mile. I don't know if you sure. Do we take this? Do you just take the forfeit, move on?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and
we're gonna forfeit this.
That'll be a forfeit for the Wolves there. So that's going to be.
We have 2K24, which you'll probably see Big Bad MJ and King Dre going here for the Wolves. And then you might see... Do you see Cuddy and Twig or Cuddy and Kitten going for 2K?
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup. We've seen that there's no decisive meta, I guess you would call it. I mean, it's difficult to say in a 2v2 game, but there are characters to be chosen that specialize in different kinds of engagements on the basket and shooting from certain ranges.
With 2K, there's just so many options. This is one of the reasons why I love the game. It's so many things you can do in 2K, so many different options, so many lineups you can run. So it's like for every lineup that you see, there is definitely a counter. And it's not even just lineups or, you know, players that you use. It's who's going in, who has the chemistry, who knows the game well enough, and who knows each other well enough to be able to play this game.
Yeah, it could be all in the play style. So we're going to go ahead and see King Dre get submitted in the lineup for the Wolves alongside MJ. MJ, who has put in quite a few games to just be kind of thrown in as fodder in Texas Chainsaw, in DNF. So finally, a game here where he can try to synergize with a teammate, and they can try to take this one. Twig and Cuddy we're going to see, as you predicted. So Twig and Cuddy being a really, really good duo. We talked about, you had just mentioned synergy. That's huge between these two. The Reaper's already a team that can work together in almost anything, but Cuddy and Twig, that's a dominant duo.
And it's important to have that so that when games like this come up, you guys know what to do, and it's almost like a, you know, doesn't have to be explained. We know what we got to do. We know where we're going, and we go out and we win this. So MJ and King Dre are also really good 2K players. They're really good sports players in general. So this will probably be a very interesting game.
Yeah, it'll be close. Hopefully, the Wolves really, really need a win, or like 6.
They've lost a lot of close games, but we need them to come out and win this. CTR just was not. CTR, they were going to lose by a mile.
It was probably good for the mental of the team to call that one early. Don't drag it on too long.
Valorant is next.
Valorant, a very fun game to watch here.
So we have Kobe and Joel Embiid versus Curry. And we go Kareem. See now, if the Reapers are picking the Curry Kareem team, if I'm the Wolves, I'm gonna take advantage of the size mismatch of Curry on Kobe. And you just have to lock down Curry and make sure he's not open on the 3-point line, because this game can be very, very fast if he leaves that Curry open.
Yeah, the Wolves definitely have more of an opportunity to play 2 different ways here, because Kobe, obviously a great shooter for this 2v2 style of play in street ball here, but also, like you said, that size difference between him and Curry means that there's a better opportunity for Wolves to get in some defense.
Yeah, and also, in this game, each player has badges, and Kobe has a badge called Masher, which activates when you're up against a smaller defender. So if I'm the Wolves, I could just ISO and have, you know, Curry and Kobe 1-on-1, like how you have now, like how you see now.
Looks like we see it now.
And then Kobe would just be able to drive all day long. So in my opinion, the Curry pick against really good 2-play players, the Curry pick here kind of limits you. Because Curry, he's not going to be able to drive. He's going to only be able to shoot. You might rely very heavily on like a pick and roll or a pick and pop, but Kareem can't shoot either. So,
all right, so we're going to get ourselves started here.
So we're going to see early screens. You can't, you can let Kareem shoot that.
I'm going to try
but
to
you
make
can't let Curry be open.
Oh,
that's a
not
bad
shot. To get that one in.
See now, ISO, and then just let Kobe go work. See.
Oh, great connection.
That's gonna be the main focal point all game if I'm the Wolves. Guard Curry as close as possible. Yeah, you can let him shoot that. Kareem is not a shooter. Don't bite on defense. That's a bad pick. That pick's not useful. This is not going to work out.
A little bit too far. Not quite a
Oh,
strong enough
good
shot.
steal, good steal.
Ooh, and over the head of
I don't know where
Embiid there.
Kobe was at there.
Yeah, maybe expecting a drop back to the 3. Oh,
good defense.
Great defense. Wow. All right, so we are going to see now. Oh man, so that'll be Kobe scoring there, which means we see the Wolves just tying it up now. It's 2-2. Reaper's not going to get the advantage just yet.
Oh, you got to pass back.
Control here from the Wolves. Kobe toward the net. Oh, a great fake out and a missed
You
block.
got to stay on your lead. That's Cuddy jumping like that. You got to stay on your feet. He's not setting those screens properly.
Oh, man, and these threes are not connecting here from Twig.
Oh,
Another great
that was
block.
a bad pass. You can't pass through Kareem like that.
No,
That's
absolutely
gonna work
not.
out.
He covers so much space vertically.
Jab step. You're breaking him to the wrong side. You're allowing help.
Oh,
Oh.
really good team effort there. Get that layup.
You do not want Kareem handling the ball.
Now, another pick that doesn't really work too well for
But
them.
it gives him enough space to shoot. And that's what you can tell the Reapers wanted to do.
Wolves going to go ahead and tie it up, though. Wolves making a lot of approaches for the basket. Kobe able to shoot threes, but not going to be quite as efficient as Curry, who landing another one there.
They got to stop those screens. This is poor spacing.
So, yeah, Wolves right now in the lead by 2.
No, that's the the Reapers were in the lead, but now it's tied up with Joel Embiid 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we have they're switched again. Oh, able to find that one just up the back.
You gotta stay there. Oh, Joel's open. There we go. So, see, what we're seeing was a lot of jumping, but that. All right, so what we're seeing right now is that we're seeing that the Reapers are trying to go for the pick and pop, set the screen. Curry moves over, shoots the 3. The Wolves are trying to do more of like an ISO ball, which works out here because Curry is so much smaller. But they just gotta get this shot timing down. We're seeing both sides making big mistakes. Big mistake there. Joel Embiid needs to come up for that screen. Needs to come up again on the other side to limit Curry being able to move like that. And now you're rushing shots because you're down.
Yeah, able to get the rebound, though, luckily, Embiid. Surprisingly.
See, when Kareem comes up for the pick, Joel Embiid needs to come up too. That was just great offense. You can't even blame the defense there.
All right, so we still have a 2-point lead here for the Reapers. Bulls going to
Back him down. Easy points. Like I said, Curry's just too small. He's not going to be helpful down there. And all the Joel Embiid, all the Wolves need to do as Joel Embiid is just play defense and help cover up those screens.
Oh, Curry from far.
He
Twig
has
not
the
able
range
to
like that.
sink
He
it.
just missed the shot timing.
Mhm.
He's doing too much. It could be much simpler than that. He could have just scored. I don't know why he was playing around like that. you see Curry jumping around. He's too small. And
We're gonna walk that one up to the basket. Wolves being allowed a little bit of a comeback here.
yeah,
Doesn't take advantage of that pick. Doesn't get around his teammate.
he's not doing enough. See, now you see the Joel Embiid coming up for those picks and stopping the screen a little better. Oh, that was, oh my gosh, that's annoying. That's one of those things that it's like, it's not even you, that's 2K.
Yeah. And
Free
Twig
shot.
being really off with the timing here.
That's Kobe with a great three.
Yeah, Bray, however, not off. Bringing the Wolves to their first lead, I think, of this game now.
Okay.
And
They need to be patient. They can't rush anything.
they need to get to the outside of the key. He does.
Just drive. Just drive. Why
Yeah,
are you
just make
stepping
it to the
back?
basket. There it is. Now a 3-point lead. The Wolves are not only with their first lead, but now with the largest lead of the game.
Now, you got to keep a hand up. You're playing Curry. You got to keep that right stick up.
A very unexpected three, I think, from Curry there.
Look at
Does look like he might be trying to.
Joel Embiid needs to sit in the corner if he's gonna stay because Kobe had the lane there.
And a three gonna go in.
Joel Embiid with a three.
Yeah, and that's gonna put.
That's the thing with centers now. Throughout the game of basketball, the way basketball is evolving, centers can shoot. So now it's like you're gonna see team compositions where it's like you have a paint center like Kareem against a stretch like Joel. So the way that Kareem works is Kareem is better inside that box that you see. Under there, he's much harder to defend, much easier to play for. Now, Joel Embiid can do that, but he can also, as you can see, come to the three.
And able to drive up to the basket.
And
means
this
that-
is-
oh man, they're one.
Yeah.
The Wolves are 1 3-pointer away from being able to take their first
And
game
you
against the
see,
Reapers.
you see the Wolves are calm and collected, and the Reapers are looking a little flustered. Cuddy's trying to bring this back by himself,
This
and
could
it's
be
just
it.
not working.
Not gonna get greedy. Gonna drive and beat up to the basket and put them 1 point
And
away
now
from
they just
victory.
need one more basket, and this is game. This will be a Wolves win because I don't see them dropping a 7-point lead.
Well, that's how it starts. So now 6 points left for the Reapers. If they want to come back, they have to play an insane defense here, which so far not been their specialty.
It's not going to be easy because Kareem has to decide, do I help Curry? Oh, guess game.
All right, that'll be the connection they needed, and Wolves will take their first game.
Yeah, that was the choice of, if I'm Kareem, do I help Curry when he gets beat at the basket, or do I make sure that Joel can't shoot? And that's why the Curry pick just doesn't help you in 2K, especially in 2v2 situation. Back when it was 4v4, it was much better because you couldn't isolate Curry that much, and everyone was using him. So in a 2v2 scenario, unless you have a really strong center play, Curry just doesn't really work there.
Yeah, now one thing about the UEL is that you can start taking games in a row and really start picking up momentum, but Valorant going to be a pretty slowly paced game that's going to, right after the Wolves pick up their first win, slow them back down, drag it out for a really long time. This one can go well into 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, and with the Reapers being a pretty good Valorant team, this is going to be very difficult because you want to gain some type of momentum, but it's going to be really hard if your games aren't rolling in succession.
Yeah, and there are a few games that aren't the Reapers games, so it's difficult to find ones that you feel more confident than them playing in general. Even with Alchemist on the team, a player who we've seen be a backbone for fighter games, for wins for his team, getting shut down today and just stopped in his tracks.
And then you see, so far, you see that the Wolves are somewhat strong in sports games. CTR just wasn't going to go their way. But a lot of these games you gotta just work on completely building up. A majority of these losses so far have been fighters. 3 straight fighters where Alchemist is only able to win 1 round.
Yeah, so we will see for Valorant. We know just about who's going to be in for the Reapers. We're going to get Kitten, 144, Pebble, Cinnabar, and then it's just up.
It's probably going to be, I would probably say Cuddy.
Okay.
Then for the Wolves, we have Koiz, Phoenix, Saucy,
is
Alchemist, and Bernay.
Phoenix in.
Phoenix is here.
Gonna be playing, so.
Phoenix has only played twice this season.
Yeah, second game for him today.
Fun fact, when I was first drafted in Season 6 to the Trolls then, me and Phoenix were a part of that draft class. It was me, Phoenix, Arbiter, and Pizza Man, who is now in the Bucks. Overwatch. This is going to be interesting because the Reapers are also a very good Overwatch team.
I mean, it's just back to back right now. 5v5 shooter into 5v5 shooter.
So looks like we're playing base characters by the team comp. We're gonna have Hollywood and Twig and 144p are gonna be playing Duelist. And then you have Cinnabar on support. Kitten is going to be playing Smoke, and Pebble is going to be your initiator, your intel. See, I've actually been forced to get into this game because of the league, and I'm actually starting to have fun with it. And I play solo when we play base characters, but I'm starting to have a lot of fun with KO.
Oh, okay.
This game has been becoming very, very enjoyable. But it's very know your angles, hit your shots. It's very, if we both shoot and you miss, you die.
Yeah, and we will be playing on a 3 objective map here as well. So this will be swift play. First to 5 wins. The half is after round 4. Looks like the team's getting set up right now. Pebble letting his Sage know where to stand and what to do when the time comes. So I'm going to be peeking that corner there.
Okay.
Just getting their setup here for this defense. So the Reaper's going to start off trying to defend these objectives. They've got an A, B, and C that they have to protect. Looks like they're going to go for 2 on C, and actually the defenders on C are really pushing up. Looks like that Jet trying to maybe get on their backside there, because it does look like the Wolves are going to make an approach on A. So they're making the rotate right now. You see the Brimstone smoke come down. All right, the Reapers are going to be the first ones to lose a player.
They rotated off A, it seems.
Sounds like they're calling out a rotate.
I got Sage back here.
Hey, let me get my assist this round. Don't worry.
So it looks like they're rotating over to C.
Yeah, we're getting a backward rotate to C. The players on B still aren't confident that that objective is not going to be targeted. So right now, still leaving 1 player on B. You can see here on the attack that they are turning the door open. Probably going to make a B attack here. They just saw Brimstone run across. The Reaper's now a little bit privy to what they're doing. Molly goes down to cut off that flank there. The Sova going to take a lot of damage. It's Pebble.
Oh, he gets flanked.
Does get flanked by Twig, who picks up 2. And Twig actually going to find another one as well. Finish that round off with 3. So losing only 1 player there for the Reapers. It was a decent start for the Wolves, singling out 1 player and then rotating objectives, but they didn't find their targets soon enough, and they let the Reapers reposition. And when you have a team that's as good at shooters as the Reapers, and I'm sorry, that obviously that was not Twig himself, his account. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out who it is. I believe that is. Yeah, so this is Cuddy playing on that account. So.
Also, Cuddy playing on Twig's account.
Yeah, so we're seeing now why he was put in general. He's got the Spectre now here. And we also the Brimstone coming to back up the team. You know that it's probably going to be a C engagement.
Pulling an Ares.
Yeah, an early Ares. Very interesting. Maybe not as comfortable with the close quarters engages. And we're going to see a lot of Sheriff kills come out. 3 in a row there for the Reapers. Well, they've only lost Cuddy so far. This time not relying on him. Uh-oh. Teasing a player here. Cornering him. Phoenix, I believe. Running away with his knife out here, trying not to get caught. Oh! I think they're setting up a 1v1 here. And Phoenix will eventually drop.
Oh, man. Now they're just getting toyed with. And the one thing the Reapers love to do is when they know that you can't win and they know they're in a position to where, you know, it just won't work for you, they're just going to have fun with you. And then you see that with them there.
All right, so we are going to see the Phoenix set up there with a shotgun. One I think is close engages. Uh-oh. Already gets taken out with that DMR, that carbine.
And you're going to wrap through, trying to go through B.
Let's see what kind of rotate we get, because clearly... Alright, Bernay was able to pick up Cuddy's ult there. Still looking for an approach at this point.
3 right there, though.
So, not going to be able to get that one either. Able to take 2 kills that time for the Wolves, but the third round going to go to the Reapers now. We will see if the Wolves are able to pick up even a single round before they head into the half. In which case, if they were to lose 4 in a row, we would see the Reapers only needing 1 more. So, hopefully, the Wolves don't walk into this last round scoreless.
Yeah, they need to get it together. So what they're going to probably have to do is just slow down or either just...
They're already here.
We may see the exact opposite of slowing down, actually. They decide not to approach, even though they could have had a player singled out. They are going to watch their flanks.
Oh,
and
Bernay gets 2.
2. Very good start. Some wild aim here. You can see that.
Wow.
Yeah, that is just...
You need to stop moving.
What the hell?
This is not a player who knows the gunplay of the game.
Because that's one thing I had to learn when learning this game. You have to be much more patient. Moving and shooting ruins your accuracy.
Yeah, Phoenix not hip firing. He's ADSing, moving around. So
this isn't COD.
Yeah, a little bit of work on the gunplay that needs to be done there by him, but he will learn, I think, as he watches teammate, especially Bernay here, who, man, started off the round with 2 kills and now somehow is the last man standing. Cuddy trying to kill his own teammates. You can see that skins equal wins here.
Gunshots, I guess.
I don't think so. I think they might just be having a little bit of fun. Playing it really slow right now. Bernay.
To your left, you see him.
Wow.
You see him. You see him. He's behind you.
Yeah. And Bernay able to find that kill before he gets taken out by Cuddy. What an interesting interaction there.
Oh, man.
And weirdly enough, I think that's actually Poison playing on Bernay's... Yeah, so that was Poison on Bernay's setup. Interesting enough, despite the fact that Bernay is in the game, so that'll be a little confusing. Looks like a couple of the players might have switched up accounts here. I don't believe Phoenix is on Phoenix's account either, so... And I don't believe Alchemist is on Alchemist, so... Did a little bit of goofy stuff here.
Yeah, we got to talk to Poison about being able to see the screen. You do have glasses on. We see that you wear glasses. You're on camera with glasses. How did you not see the person who looked at you for 3 seconds and shot at you?
I think we will chalk it up to those being blue light UV blockers, and he forgot his prescription. So
No,
go ahead and
we'll give
leave
you
it
that.
at that. But now, I will say he did get the kill. So despite what we're saying about him, I got my one is something that we often hear Valorant players say. He got the player he needed to get to even it up. It was his teammates that let him down.
He used his natural instincts right there.
Reaper's playing really conservatively here, not even sending players to the objective yet. Show up a little late. We're going to get a trade there, a Sage for a Sage. And then Alchemist going to go down as well, but another trade comes out, so it's going to be a 3v3 with the spike planted on B here. A few of these shock arrows going to come out, probably some damage. Yeah, we see that Jet's able to take down in only a single shot. Is Omen going to be the last chance for the Wolves?
Nah, Cutter.
Are they going to let it? No, they're going to finish with a knife. Oh, goodness. So 144, I think they're finishing up the round for them on Lotus. So a 5-0 sweep. Wow. Reaper's taking that one heavy-handedly. Definitely concerned about the status of this Overwatch 2 game. If that's how 5v5 shooters are going to go, Wolves might not be interested in playing this one out. So.
No, I don't think. But you don't want to bury yourself too bad. If I'm the Wolves, I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna just hope it's long enough to where we go into halftime afterwards, and we come out of halftime and try to stage some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Overwatch is that in games where you can develop team strategies, because the team composition matters so much in Overwatch, depending on what map you're on. The agents in Valorant, sure, they have their own unique abilities, but a lot of them are very similar and focused more around individual play based on the enemy. Whereas if you get a game like Overwatch 2 and you develop yourself a really solid strategy, you can start to overcome over teams that might be typically better than you at shooters. So as we see the Reapers take a timeout here, that makes me think that we might be seeing some Overwatch 2. They want time to set it up.
Yeah, they want to make sure that's set up and ready to go.
So Wolves so far only with one win of their own in 2K.
So from a team that I'm looking at that would rely heavily on sports, one sport game rolling must not feel good.
Yeah, there's a lot on there.
And
so,
this doesn't look like, from the Wolves standpoint, from what I've been able to see all season, this doesn't look like a strong fighter comp.
Yeah, unfortunately. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings here while we wait for this Overwatch 2 game through the timeout. The Wolves and the Reapers on very, very opposite sides of the North Conference. You can see Bandits and Wolves very close to a similar standing as this season closes up. It could have been anyone. The Wolves here really not showing that they're ready for a Reapers matchup in the postseason. They have a lot of work to do on a lot of these games if they want to catch up. And I think that starts with getting all 7 of your lineup to show up on time so they can be in the games you want them in.
Also, there's a lot of rookies, a lot of newer players. Like I said, it's only, was it season 8? Season 9. This is season 9. Season 9 that we're going into. So, Phoenix, this only being his 3rd season. A lot of these guys, Poison this being his 2nd season. Brene and Alchemist being, the veterans here, kind of. Is what's bringing them up. But they are a young team. They are a newer team. So it's going to take time for them to get ready. But, this being their first postseason together, the Wolves, so they're just going to have to be ready. And they're going to have to look at this and go back and watch a lot of these games and practice a lot of the games that you've lost.
Right. They have a wild card game to get through before they even get a solid lock on playoffs. So although they will technically be a part of the postseason, they don't have a playoff position yet. Wild card is how you qualify. So they still have work to be done for a first season here. finishing at 3-7 for some of these players. Just are working together as a team for the first time. Maybe don't have the synergy down yet. It's a decent start, but you have to propel yourself from here and show improvement. So that's what we hope to see when the postseason kicks off, when we get that wild card game. When they play a team that's closer to what we would call their level in terms of looking at this standings. You can see that the Reapers have been more dominant. They've got a lock on the wheel right now. They really just are a well-rounded team. So the Wolves need to bring it to the Ghosts and make that one of their upset wins and then try to go on a streak from that point forward. But it will be a very difficult task. Wolves here going to take another timeout. Interesting. Still prepping for Overwatch 2. So we can talk about that South Conference, though. We've got the Ravens and the Gorillas right there in the middle. And while the Ravens with their new roster have looked more dominant, maybe a little bit scarier to some of those other teams, Gorillas have a consistency that makes them different from the Ravens. Gorillas have that 5-5 record, and they often win games at a very consistent pace by consistent score lines. You know who they will beat and who they will not. So they can only really move up the ladder from that point. Whereas the Ravens, having a slow start to the season and then picking it up toward the end, it's very possible that this volatile team could hit another drop-off. They could maybe prep themselves poorly in the break before the postseason, and you never know what
you don't want to do that, especially. But they have proven that the X Gods aren't better than them, and they've beaten them twice in recent weeks, and that's their matchup.
That's their playoff matchup in the first round.
So if I'm the X Gods, it's either you've lost to this team twice, where you need to work. Is third time the charm.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. The X Gods didn't get shut out by any means, but it was one of the toughest games I've seen them have. It wasn't against Eclipse. It wasn't against the Reapers or Bots. That's not the game we're talking about. We're talking about the Ravens. That is one of the toughest games I've seen them have, where they were scrounging to pick up wins.
This is a team that you saw have a 6-0 start.
Yeah.
And you've lost 4 straight now, and now it's like, okay, was your first half? Was that just luck? Was that just, you guys?
Yeah. There were some accusations, certainly, that they had a very easy first half, saying that the X Gods are not what their early season scoreline implied, but it's not as if the Ravens took every game. Like I said before, the X Gods are competitive against them on putting in the right lineup for the right team. It's just when they get out of their element that they can't stand up to a better prepared team like the Ravens.
And you can't do that. You can't be the team that goes in there and you want to, puff your chest out and say, hey, we're great and we're going to do this and we're going to be unstoppable. And then you're losing to the third place team. We're not even talking about the first place team. We're losing to the third place team.
Yeah, Ravens, if they're able to make their way up to a game against the Eclipse, that will be a very, very interesting matchup.
I like that Widowmaker skin.
I just heard you.
DBZ fighters will be another fighter.
You think I'm playing? I'm not healing nobody.
How do I mute him?
I'm not healing nobody. What a great call out.
Mute him.
Oh.
So it looks like,
There we go.
yeah, we're going to go ahead and get a very, maybe not standard in terms of the characters, but we are going to get a single tank, double DPS, double support. So playing like double tank, double support, definitely.
The triple support, that's Zen.
Oh, wait, are we?
Hey, come here.
Are we playing triple support?
No, I believe there's an Echo Widowmaker.
Oh,
So,
Echo Widowmaker.
yeah, double DPS there. Fixing settings with 3 seconds left to go. All right, so this will be the Reapers here. This is, I believe, the I'm not healing nobody Pebble at the moment.
Plague Ward. Moira gets a bad rap as like a non-heal healer.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone who has managed to get to high plat as a Moira main, I think that's just, it's just a bad rap. Because you can play Moira.
I need heal.
I need heals.
You could play more very much like her role. It's just most people choose not to.
Yeah, so with Pebble just trying to output damage here, the Reapers are going to have a very tough time. He's not healing his team much. He tried to self-heal there. Ended up dying. We do see this Echo pulling out a lot of kills, though. These Discord orbs helping to keep up the damage. That healing's not needed, but you do see the Reapers are going to lose a few in that fight, so...
They're still going to be able to push a lot.
Yeah, right now, Egg just casually hanging out with the robot. He is a robot, even. Classic Nutcracker skin from, like, Christmas of 2016. You see healing orb finally get placed on that low teammate there. And Orisa taking some good damage. Orisa and Bastion together. The Ramatra runs down the team. Bernay taking 2. Getting a Widowmaker and a Zen.
Ramatra take on. So we have Ramatra, Orisa, double tank.
Ramatra a little bit too deep there, taking too much damage, but we are going to see Bastion pick up the Winston, which means
we do
the
have
health
another
pool is
Moira.
Low. Yeah, Phoenix on the Moira. Actually, not going to be Phoenix. Yeah, so it looks like the Reapers here, despite being a pretty dominating shooter team on the last one, this time not finding a good composition to use, being very selfish with the healing. An early kill there from Egg is going to take down that Bastion. And this fight will be 5v5 thanks to Alchemist on the Mercy. Getting a revive there, although that Bastion will go straight back down. A 5v3 immediately. This Moira too far to do anything with her ultimate. Now backing up her team well, but got a little too close. The Zen was able to take her down, so... Egg's been doing really well as a fill DPS on the Zenyatta. Getting the orbs on infrequently, but when he needs to, the healing orbs.
They will take the robot back.
Reaper's in control again, this time with ultimates. This will be the... a really good early kill. Yeah, I mean, that's where a lot of that damage was coming from. That Discord orb and well-placed shots from Egg was a lot of damage, so... Twig going to lose his life to a Bastion ult while he's emoting. So, weirdly enough, Reapers, I think, trying to have some fun and show overconfidence. They're going to lose the lead.
They're trolling.
Yeah, they are. And they're going to lose the lead, sadly. So, not going to be able to hold a good position here. They're a couple meters down now in this one. They do have a Reinhardt, so playing some more solid defense that those heals aren't coming through very well. Bastion doesn't get caught up in that grab in the charge, so doesn't go down to it, but the Moira ult, the Coalescence, will.
Yeah, we'll get the team kill.
Yeah, and those Coalescences going to be coming out pretty frequently as long as our Moiras are actually healing, because it is the fastest charging ultimate in the game. The combination of being able to do damage and healing back-to-back makes Moira a very quick charging character for her chargeable attacks. We're going to see a lot of lives lost there already for the Wolves.
Is singled out. He's going to die here.
Yeah, Ramatra giving himself a little health. He's got a Moira to help him, but the Moira losing her own life, not able to heal herself.
Thank you, Chicken, for pushing the point.
All right, so now the Reapers will take the lead. That Mercy going to die to Twig, who pushes right up into the spawn door. Twig goes down, though. Another life thrown away. This time, Reaper having a little bit more of an advantage to actually mess around like this. They do have that first checkpoint, and they are going to look to bring the robot past the checkpoint even now by a few meters.
Arista's trying to focus the healer.
Yeah, good escape by the Moira.
Sitting there out of position.
Wow, they've got her caught in the corner, and they're going to keep running this team over. These Wolves are going to keep going down. Echo going to go ahead and use her ult here in the Orisa form in the duplicate. Orisa, a perfect counter for Ramatra, so puts a lot of damage down on him early, and then finally finish him off. This Moira will not be able to 1v1 the Orisa. So as much as he would like to, right now he's just kind of betting on a lot of these shots missing, holding them to their spawn. The Wolves not able to get any kind of distance for competition on the robot. That does not heal from there. That Echo is going to stay low.
You got to understand the distance.
Yeah, I now see why I'm not healing was a call out. He doesn't know how it works. So, yeah, he definitely, a little lack of knowledge there. Could have been risky for the Echo, but ended up not being so. Luckily, the Echo is able to get out. This Coalescence being really well placed. A lot of really good Coalescence is coming out here from Pebble. He plays, it's the one time you see him doing heavy healing for his team. He plays far back so that he could shoot through his team into the enemy front line.
In spawn.
Yeah, just didn't get back to that spawn room where the heals are at. The other Moira are going to go down as well.
Switch to Baptiste.
About 20 meters left for finishing up this map. Moira in a dangerous position, probably going to die here, so we will finally see Pebble go down. This Echo low again. This time will not have the heals from her Moira. A shot connects and she's down. Bastion set up in a good position. Although Twig on the Reinhardt not able to take him down. He does die, so the Wolves lock themselves in, plant a foot, and finally get... Got to be a little bit of a stall here from Egg. Maybe not the wisest decision because he will be heavily staggered out here with his Widowmaker. A lot of abilities coming out for absolutely no reason for the Wolves. That was a lot of them just wasted on the bridge where no contact was being made.
So now we see Genji switch.
Yeah, we're going to see this Genji to counter the Bastion. I think they know that... Oh, really good patience from the Bastion, actually. Doesn't shoot into the deflect at all. And Moira goes ahead and kills him, so they handled the counter really well. The Wolves showing that they understand what to do against these characters. Just because the Reapers can outgun them doesn't mean they can out-strategize them.
But they still have a lot to climb. They need to take that robot 100 meters.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that is a very difficult task, especially with only 2.5 minutes remaining. That is back-to-back wins that you're going to need to pick that up. So Moira sitting on Coalescence. Pebble really knows how to use these. We've seen that already. He's going to try to 1v1 this Moira. And because of the Baptiste there, it's not going to happen. That Moira is going to be healed up.
Hey, I'm out. Can I get some heals?
Goes a little bit low. Pebble, you see healing now, knowing that if they want to close this one out, he does have to keep his team alive. His healing on its own is not to take down enough to take down an Orisa, a Ramatra, a Bastion altogether.
And he tried to self-heal and still goes down.
Yeah, you see now Twig on the Doomfist going to go ahead and die. I have a feeling that Doomfist is going to be played more like DPS Doomfist. So right now, not a lot of tank play coming out, despite the fact that Twig is playing a tank. Not really a lot of characters being played like a tank at the moment. So not a very strong front line from the Reapers, which is why you see the Wolves able to kill their back line so easily. Their supports go down so quickly. Now you're going to see this discorded Bastion go down to Pebble's Coalescence there. Pebble in the back line with a Coalescence, putting a little bit of damage out. This Discord going to be on the Orisa, who's got about half health here. The Orisa dies before Pebble.
Two-piece.
Hey, no problem, bro.
Yeah, so Reaper's picking up another one, but still not in a position to yet close out the map. They'll still have to take more fights because of how far the Wolves are able to push the bot from their spawn.
What's he making?
They need 60 seconds. They have 60 seconds just to hold.
Hold on, yo.
Yeah, Zenyatta finding those... Actually not holding the Discord on the Bastion. That Bastion would be dead if he had been Discorded, certainly. Coming up on a Transcendence here. So if they really find a tough fight, Egg here going to be able to use that Transcendence. And now on the Hanzo, we see Kitten. I wasted Orisa ult, sadly, from the side of the Wolves. Don't waste that ultimate yet, Kitten. Yep, be patient. There's going to be a fight coming up where they're going to be running straight into the enemy team. You see this straightaway here that they're on. He can use this these dueling dragons here right on the objective so that anybody can... Yeah, and he will. Anybody contesting that robot now is to get through the dragons. And really, really good DPS coming out from Kitten there.
And that will be another Reaper win.
Yeah, a well-controlled game by them for sure. Now we will be coming up on Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
so
Dragon
another
Ball
fighter
fight.
like we talked about before. All right, a 1-8 scoreline in this game before the half, and there's still another game or two to go. So I mean, Dragon Ball, that's a quick one. We'll definitely have another game after Dragon Ball.
Depending on how long they want to draw it out.
All right. So I'm not even certain what that meant of the note I just got from production in my ear. It was frightening a little bit. But it looks like for the Reapers, we are going to have Cinnabar going in, and then they get to pick 2 of whoever they want. The Wolves having most of their lineup available.
Yeah.
So they
Who
will
do
be
they
able to pick
send
whoever they
in?
want as well.
Can Alchemist carry them to a win?
That's a good question. I will say that in some of these other games, I'm a lot more confident in what I know about Alchemist. When it comes to Dragon Ball, I do feel like Alchemist being in for the game has kind of evaded me lately. So,
I mean, the way that, DBZ Fighters is set up, the style of fighter it is, it's very simple. It's almost like 1-2 button controls.
right.
So, but it's also very complex once you understand the layers within DBZ Fighters. So you can send almost anybody in and they could do something, but you need people who can go in and win. I don't need you just to do something. I need you to help us win. And I don't think Alchemist really has the fighter help he's going to need in order for them to win. So I'm not sure, is it something you play just because of time and knowing that it's fast, or do you say not right now and move on?
Now, when it comes to Dragon Ball Fighters, in comparison to the other fighter games that we have, which are quote unquote team fighters, but you don't actually play as a team. In Dragon Ball, you do.
Yeah.
You can open up any opportunity for Alchemist to come in whenever he wants against any player and try to put in as much of a carry potential as he can. So do you think that will benefit him more, or do you think the ability for the Reapers to switch themselves out will actually hurt him?
Yes and no, because Alchemist could decide, hey, if I want to try to win this for us, I'm gonna go in first, and he could just use the Z assist from his teammates. And if he starts getting hurt, he can just swap out, regain some health, and come back in. The thing is, the Reapers can do that too. And the thing is, the Reapers are much more complete when it comes to fighting. So it could help him in a sense of, if he wants to stall things out and try to, do the best he can. But it'll also hurt him because everything they can do, the Reapers can do better.
It seems like it so far. Everything except for play basketball, apparently. That's the one that you see on the side of the Wolves.
So, the Wolves are going to need to expand on some of these categories because they're just not winning anything other than a sports game.
Yeah, that really is what it seems like right now. And yet again, we haven't. I mean, all we got was 2K. We're on our 10th game we're coming up on, and one sports game has rolled. So
sometimes that's just the wheel. Sometimes that's just it's one thing I've had to learn in the 3 seasons I've been here. That wheel's gonna keep spinning, and sometimes it's not in your way. So this is why, as end gamers, as players within this league, you gotta be prepared for that, and you gotta branch out. And these kind of scores, these kind of deficits that you see within the league, are the result of teams not putting in enough effort to branch out their talents and make sure that they're covered in other categories. Because you could be a great sports team, you can even be the best sports team. But if one sports game rolls out of 10, how well can you do?
yeah, it's a tricky situation to be in for the Wolves right now because we're coming up on the half here. I think we do have another technical timeout that we're running through right now. Doesn't look like either team used any of their timeouts that they were still sitting on. Sorry, the Wolves did use a timeout here, so they had 2. So now they're down to their last one. The Reapers will be dropping down to 2 timeouts after the half anyway, if they don't use them. But we will be rolling into this one now. So here is Dragon Ball Fighters. All right.
So we got Pebble going in as Broly. And then Gogeta coming in, doing the basic combo. Oh, full screen command grab. He misses that and he will die here. Yeah. Whoa, wait.
Oh,
They swap out?
they got the swap out. Yeah, that's going to be a health recovery.
And Dictator Chicken coming in as Android 17. And he will get the knock.
Which, for those following along at home, I believe is egg, correct?
Another full screen grab. MJ trying to actually do something. Big bad MJ actually gets another knock.
All
The
right.
Wolves even this up.
So one each now. And a really even... This is a really even scoring line now in terms of health as well.
Let's go. You got this, bro. I don't even want to play for real.
All right, this Broly awfully low now, but trying to get some more damage before the
What is
end of
he-
his life.
What is he doing?
Yeah,
Because
weirdly not
Gogeta had the
engaging.
pressure and then he stopped.
I was going insane. Oh my god. Man, swerve them. Who's losing?
Not able to connect
who's
anything.
that?
He might get countered. No, he does find a block. The
Oh,
grab.
But I'm going crazy.
That's going to bring him really low. The last hit doesn't connect for the second time. The Broly's unable to
He has to
connect.
swap out. He has to try to swap out.
Let's see if he gets the swap here. No, he gets engaged and downed immediately.
Okay. Both sides have the spark.
All right, a really, really good early start here. Found an opening. This Gogeta very low now. The
And
Wolves
you will lose.
not going to be able to take it. Another close one, another opportunity for them, but the Reapers are able to take another win.
Madden rolls.
Madden.
And MJ is out of rotation.
Unfortunate for the Wolves right now. I'm curious if they're going to want to play this one out. You don't want to give too many away, but it's coming to a point where we're about to head into halftime. I mean, 10 minutes is definitely enough time to play Madden and run the rest of the clock out.
Because Madden is a very... Madden can be short or long depending on how you play it. Madden can be a 10-15 minute game. It could be about 15-minute game. It can also be a 30-minute game. But with who they have available versus who they want, do you really want to play this? Do you really want to spend 20 minutes on another loss when you could just move on?
Yeah, move towards something better. At this point, it's starting to look like one of those games where the Wolves might just want to pick and choose what they're good at, or maybe games they need to practice on. Although I would say games that you are good at this point in the season, you might want to gauge just how good you are. Are you good enough to take that game off of the top team in your conference? Or are your best games not even at that level yet? So,
And
we'll
it's...
see.
I mean, you don't want to say it's one of those games already because, you know, we've seen a lot of comebacks this season. We've seen teams come back down. I mean, the Bandits, we've come back 3 separate times, down 6+ with an hour and some change. The Wolves, you're going to have a 9-point deficit with 2 hours left, which is 100% doable. You just got to lock in, and it looks like they're going to send Koizen and Dre
All right.
against Cuddy and 144p.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, 2 interesting duos here to go up against each other for what is likely going to be the last game of the half. So, Reapers not having setup here, probably not going to use one of those last timeouts that they have. This one probably just going to tick all the way down, and Reapers maybe going to give up those last 2 timeouts to the half.
So I'm actually surprised that the Wolves actually play this.
Yeah, they might still see an opportunity. I mean, sports games so far, 2K was the only thing that they have been able to take. So forfeiting a sports game isn't really a wise idea when you've already seen that there's a hole on the side of the Reapers in this category. Maybe not nearly the weakest team in the category, but it's just not their strongest suit at this point.
We are going to have a timeout.
Other timeout, and we'll see what the reason for this is. I don't see the Reapers or Wolves having lost one, so possibly technical. Oh, man. So, with this timeout up, I guess we can take another look at the standings before the half. Maybe take a look over even at the South Conference right now. We can see that the Bucks eliminated. We do know who our teams are going to be for the playoffs. The Phantoms will be in the wild card game, and I believe it is at this point guaranteed that they will be playing the Gorillas, whereas I'm not sure if that's the case. In the North, that the 5th and 4th will play each other. In the South, I believe the Gorillas and Phantoms will be going against each other. So, Gorillas and Phantoms going to be the wild card game. Phantoms, a really, really solid... the Gorillas, a really, really solid team. Phantoms, one of those teams that is fighting to stay in right now. So they do still have one game left in their regular season. We'll see if they can bring that scoreline up to a 3-7. The Ravens, on the other hand, we were talking before about how the X-Gods on a 4-game win streak, and the Ravens on a bit of a high right now, playing really, really well lately with some of these roster moves that they've made. I'm curious to see how these last few games go for the Eclipse, and they're going to have to take an onslaught of pretty good teams before they head toward the DeVos Performance Hall.
Yeah, they are. And
see if they're even able to make it.
The Eclipse may be undefeated, but that doesn't mean they can't be defeated.
Absolutely.
And here we go. We will now have the Reapers playing the Ravens, and Poison and King Dre of the Wolves are going to be playing the Bills. Another fighter. So when we come back from half, we will have King of Fighters roll. The Wolves get the ball first. Are they're gonna let it go out?
Yeah, man, that one's right at the back of the end zone.
So now the Bills, if you're, any football fans watching, the Bills are a great team on paper. Just in real life haven't been really, really good, and might be rebuilding. If you've been watching football, see all these free agency moves, they're not looking good. Interception.
Oof. Yeah, so that's going to be Poison there that throws that one up the center of the field. Over
144p is going to be QB.
Yeah, for the Reapers.
So you're going to see shotgun passes against what does it look like, different cover 3 scenarios. They want to attack that middle of the field. Exactly like that.
Yeah, and some solid yards gained as well, 16 yards.
So if the Reapers are going to sit in cover 3, there's a lot of plays that beat it. You can beat it by taking your short passes. You can attack the flat there. As you see on the right side of the screen, that flat is all the way open. And he just waited too long to pass it. He could have gave it up immediately. So the Wolves are going to sitting in quick pass, and the Reapers are playing coach ejections, which works depending on what game plan you're running, but it's not very hard to beat.
Yeah, and a nice quick pass to the outside, gonna get them a few more yards, but
not that you should have ran that last time.
Yeah, now at 3rd and 7, so would have been a lot nicer at 2nd and 7, like you were just saying.
Yeah,
it'd be a much more comfortable position to be in. Now you do have to look for something a little bit longer.
They're going gun. I'm pretty sure they're gonna play. You don't play for a tier. they're blitzing, you can beat this.
Oh, and that'll be an interception.
Poor decision. And
Oh, that'll be a pick six.
He's gonna bring that all the way back.
Even gonna run the clock down a little. It was good strategy. That's all that was. That was just strategy, running down the clock.
It was. Oh, that was just a bad read on Coisen's part.
Yeah.
You got to be better about that. This Ravens defense, that secondary, those linebackers are really fast, and they have really high awareness in this game. So making passes like that will almost never go your way, unless Madden decides to give you one.
Yeah, right. As if that happens.
It does happen. It just never happens when you need it to. It only happens to the other team. I've had many games to where my defenders will have the interception and the ball goes straight through their hands. Oh. And weird decision to take it out of the end zone.
I don't think...
But he could take it back. Whoa! He takes it right back.
He's not going to make it all the way.
He is going to make it. He is going to make it. He is going to make it.
No, he does.
He went too close to the sideline.
He does get too close to the sideline. Yeah, his player stumbled in a little, but
if he had kept just outside the dash, just outside the hashes, he would have made it all the way on. If he had stayed just outside those hash marks, he probably would have been able to take that all the way back.
Man, that was close, but still set himself up for a really good position here. So.
Oh yeah, first and 10 on their 21. If I'm them, you could take Dalvin Cook and run. Why'd you call a timeout?
Interesting. Play clock was
running
ticking down, so.
Take Dalvin Cook, run, see what you can get, and then go from there.
Yeah. The Reapers here took an early lead, but the Wolves really still an opportunity to bring this one high. They're not going to do it like that, though. I mean, it is good to start the ground game because now you keep the Reapers guessing. Always having those opportunities open and letting them know that you're not afraid for any particular kind of play is important. You don't want to become too readable. So that one is just a little bit of a drop in the bucket. Even if you do lose a few yards there, in the long term of the game, you do gain a little bit of mental fortitude.
X across the field. Oh.
And that one will go ahead and get them the touchdown as well.
That gets them the touchdown they need.
So that is now 7-6. We'll see if this extra point goes in to tie the game.
Yes, because the thing is, people do miss the extra point.
Oh, absolutely.
He misses it.
Wow.
He shanks the extra point.
Commentators curse. We shouldn't have even mentioned it. We shouldn't have even mentioned it. Why did we do that?
Oh,
what's wrong with us?
And now if you lose this because of that, it's going to haunt you.
They're going to be on defense now. So
why is
again
the accuracy on these kicks? Who's kicking?
Huh. Okay, interesting decision to go back.
He tried to do the same thing, try to run up that sideline.
Mm-hmm. No, not gonna work twice. Not on a pick six and a return. But
now we gotta see how
yeah, if this ball doesn't get turned over, there's gonna be a lot of this first half going away. So there's a possibility here for the Reapers to just hold control of the ball and try to end this first half with a lead, because they will be receiving the ball.
They'll get the ball second half. But sometimes the Cutters is going to try to go for some type of points.
Yeah, I do think that scoring at the end of this drive is probably the ideal play, which continuing to play that ground game like he is, if they continue to get small yard gains like they are right now, that could be a solid way to run down the clock and just get yourself there at the end of the first
messed up
quarter.
PAT, runs the option. Got to be careful with that. Quarterbacks in this game, making the fumble is not hard.
Yeah, like you said, the quarterback in particular, you see, especially when they head out of the pocket.
Like
A lot of players will get
even
too
Lamar
greedy.
Jackson, who's a known scrambler. You hit him with a hit stick, he might give that ball up.
Yeah, we see a lot of players getting a little bit too greedy when they get the quarterback with control of the ball. They'll try to go for just an extra yard or two and stay on their feet, not go for the slide, and it costs them possession sometimes.
Yeah, and it will. So he has to be wary of that. And also, the Wolves have to be wary of those options, those read options.
Oh, and that'll actually be received down by the sideline. I didn't think that one was sliding into the arms there, but it's really, really well
I
placed
thought
just
that was
over
gonna
the
be an
defender.
interception.
I
thought
did
he was
as
gonna be
well.
jumping for that.
Yeah, it looked like it was in that opportunity to be, but now those arms up and right over the top of the defender. So now approaching the 50-yard line at the beginning
Another
of the
run,
second quarter.
hold blocks, and it's just not enough blocking. But 3 yards, I'll take that.
Yep, still ticking down this clock. Still have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. Although at the pace that they're moving right now, they may want to get a few plays for big yards here. Because if they don't, I don't know if they're going to be approaching that end zone in time for the end of the first half.
Oh, they have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning.
Right
so
now,
it's
they might
essentially
go for
like
something
4
big.
timeouts.
A was open.
Whoa.
Wow.
That was a risky throw.
It was, but it paid off. And that's maybe the second in a row now that we've seen pay
That
off.
was a really risky throw. The Wolves, you got to have the awareness to take that away. You got to be able to click on and take that, because that could change the game. You have 2 minutes, you're even at the 50.
2 minutes remaining in the half.
157, 2 timeouts. Interception.
Yes. Okay, the interception does come
Micah
through.
Hyde, get to the sideline, beat him.
All right. This is a good opportunity now. In a better position here now, even, than the Reapers were just a moment ago on their side. So pushing closer to the Ravens end zone.
So the Wolves need at least a field goal here. You want at least 3 points. And the Reapers playing coach's suggestion only shows that you don't know the playbook well enough.
Yeah, which is interesting because I do think that the Reapers are a well-rounded team. So
you gotta learn formations. Juke.
able to get ahead of that one just a
you
little
gotta
bit.
hurry up. Either hurry up or timeout.
Oh,
I love how real that is.
yeah, for some reason. The animated football players beefing on the field.
That's just gonna be normal.
All right, so
Okay,
up on the 40.
you want at least like 15 more yards.
Oh, very, very.
Like he
That
dropped
was
that.
dropped.
He dropped that. That's one of those things where it's like Madden just doesn't want you to have it. Because you clearly see that he had two hands on the ball and he came down with it.
Yep, got hit from the back. Just slipped right out. The football. Little bit of a Charles Barkley moment for me right there. That one's for you, Chuck. Yeah, but it's a risky game. Quarterbacks aren't the only one who are going to drop the ball.
Let's go.
Luckily, that time, ball does not get dropped. We're going to see a really close approach on the end zone now. So
Okay, you're at the 8-yard line. You don't want these deep routes. You might want to take the slant in the middle. You might want to run with Dalvin Cook. Just have him see if you can get it with him.
yeah, that's about 7 yards to go is all it's going to take them here with a full minute left still.
44 seconds, one timeout.
And up the middle, going to be a few more yards that were well needed.
Hurry up. Exactly.
There it is. Yeah, we'll
Go
see
right
them
back. Go
likely
right
make
back.
contact.
I don't care that he's right there. Right back.
Yeah, just
Yes.
force it right up the middle. Very nice. All right.
Let's not miss the PAT this time.
Yeah, well, let's see if that's what they want to go for even.
If you're going to go for 2, don't go for 2.
They might go for 2. Just because it would be... Oh, okay. Maybe not.
Don't miss. Just don't miss.
Yeah, patience. Patience with the thumb on the A
Momentum
button.
is swinging your way. Why?
Why? Who's
Why do you
doing
keep
this?
doing this?
What is
Poison.
happening?
Poison, if the Wolves loses, it's because you couldn't kick field goals.
I don't think he's ever played a rhythm game before.
Have you not?
We got to get him on, like...
What are you doing?
Oh, man, that was close to breaking
Madden
through.
almost gave him a touchdown. I'm not going to lie. Realistically, there's no way you make that. All right, so do the Reapers come out? They're using coaches, so they're just going to run the ball and run the last 19 seconds out. No. Don't do nothing. Do nothing stupid.
Well, we'll see. Anything could happen. I'm gonna snap this ball quickly. There it is. And they're gonna run it. Oh,
And he fumbled.
And he fumbles.
And he picked it. Oh, lucky another Raven
He picks it
up.
right back up, though?
Another Raven picked
No.
it up.
Okay.
Yeah, another Raven picked it up.
All right.
That was...
9 seconds remaining.
That caught me off guard. I wouldn't have expected that.
Dangerous situation. That'll be it. So that's the end of the first half. 1 half left to go. Right now, the Wolves holding a bit of a lead. Although I will say I don't really understand what the point of the field goal was, because that would have changed it from a what was it? Oh no. Okay, from a 5 to a 6. So actually it was significant.
Yes.
Yeah, it would have been a 5-point game to a 6. I was thinking 4 to 5, which wouldn't be very significant, but
Poison?
no, isn't that? Oh yeah. I'm sorry, you're right. That was
Poison is gonna make me want to leave this commentator desk and go and.
What's terrible is that I think that was his best kick so far.
That's really bad. All right, so 144p is the QB. He's running this offense, so you've only been able to score on defense.
They had some opportunities where they were approaching pretty consistently, but they just too many plays offers up too much risk. Honestly, the more short plays you go for, the more you're starting to open yourself up to some kind of turnover. All right, and a little bit of loss of yards there.
Great defense there. Good way to stop that run.
Wolves still want sports to be their category for this matchup. It'd be nice for them to take another win before that.
You gotta have a bright spot.
Yeah.
Even if this turns out to be a bad loss for you, gotta have these bright spots.
Yeah.
You gotta know that, hey, we beat the best team in the league at every sports game.
Ooh, we are gonna get a flag.
Where's the
there,
flag?
though, so we'll see what that's on.
Ineligible man downfield. Offensive pass interference. They decline and take the sack, which isn't a bad decision.
Right.
You lose a down, and you still lose yardage.
Yeah, tough position right now for. Oh man, and another stop too behind the line of scrimmage.
4th and 20 on your 13. Cutter's playing psychological warfare.
Yeah, it seems like from what we're being told, it seems like Cutter's doing a little bit of noise making out there, some psychological warfare, like you just said. Unfortunate.
So if I'm the Wolves, I'm playing keep away at this point. You don't need. You really don't need to score. A field goal makes it an 8-point game. A touchdown, if you do get one, puts this game pretty much out of reach.
Yeah, with the pace it's been at so far.
Now they're prepared for a run. They're loading up that box. Because the defensive line and the linebackers, when they're bunched up on that, it's referred to as like crowd in the box, and it's a big sign that they're either playing man or they're blitzing. Those are usually the looks that you'll see when you're playing a team that wants to stop you from running the ball. But occasionally they could be crowding the box and then be in a zone. So you got to be watching out for that. But more often than not, they're sending a blitz.
Yeah, which is smart because it forces not going to be a breakaway. So, but that does put the Wolves in a position where they're forced to make some sloppier plays, having to throw the ball way downfield and open them up more to interceptions.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to give up the ball here.
Not when you're in such a good position.
The Madden momentum, if you look at the momentum bar, is almost all the way yours.
Yeah.
So an interception would kill that, especially if you throw another pick six.
Yep, less than 40 yards to go here, and
hike the ball.
All right, gets it in time. Just
in
about
1 yard.
A yard.
Now here, I don't have to run a play for the rest of the third quarter.
Yep, just let that clock go. And in 1 minute, you will also get the 2-minute warning. So if you could drag it down to that much.
So now, if I'm the Reapers, I'm hoping that he messes up and turns the ball over, because that 2-minute warning is an extra timeout. So you have 4 timeouts for the entire fourth quarter.
And yep, had to use a timeout there. The play clock was at 2 seconds.
Just pick a play. Why are you taking so long to pick a play? You don't want to do anything fancy. You don't need read options. You can just straight run the ball.
All right, gonna run this one toward a first down with Josh Allen. Josh Allen with the feet right now.
Josh Allen is pretty tough. I will give him that. He's very tough to take down this game, and making him give up the ball is even harder. So they're at the 19 to 24. You want to keep up your pace. Don't do anything crazy.
Oh. Down right before the end zone.
At the 3-yard line. A touchdown almost wins them the game here.
No, it's actually really good for the Wolves about not going straight into the end zone there, is that they'll get to, well, actually they might not anymore. I was going to say, yeah, they will. So they hit the 2-minute warning, and the Ravens the Reapers no longer have that as an option for slowing down the clock if they get possession here.
So now the Reapers have to use all 3 timeouts.
Yeah, they don't get that like 4th extra. Or if the well-placed balls toward the sideline could be nice as well if you just send your players out.
RB.
Sack.
You had 2 receivers open.
We're gonna go straight into it.
They're setting a full blitz.
Minute 40 left. Oh.
And that will be game.
Yeah, spins right around him. This is just about an impossible point, so. Yeah, really strong play from the Wolves. They had both offensive and defensive highlights here, which is something you don't always get. Usually a team gets one or the other. So it's nice to see that they're well-rounded here on Madden. Well, I say well-rounded. Let's see what happens right here. And it's gonna miss. So not so well-rounded. More like a rhombus, like leaning to certain sides.
It's like a cone.
Like a cone, yeah.
Because...
Oh, man.
all you need is get remotely to that accuracy line. It's not even power when you're kicking a point after.
Mm-hmm. You're going to get flooded by bills, so there's too many of them. All right. With a minute and a half.
Minute 30. You're going to come up with 11 points in 90 seconds.
Easy stuff.
It is.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, they're going to have to go for some really long routes here.
Initially, no. If you got time for at least 2 plays of well, not doing that.
Yeah, not doing that. So
that takes way too much time to develop.
Mm-hmm. Coming down toward just a minute left to look how much of the field they have to cover. This is just about impossible. Let's see what they're able to pull out. See if they have any stops left. Maybe letting the clock tick down here, knowing this one's just about done. That one does connect in the midfield. Oh. Wow, close to a getaway. A really good job avoiding some of those defenders.
I don't think they're even going to try. I don't see any timeouts getting called. You're letting time run out.
Right, right. Think they know this one. This one's wrapped.
Yeah, you're just playing to make it close. At least get an offensive touchdown. You only have a defensive touchdown.
Yeah, you have to show both sides of play because... oh, cuts right into a defender. And we'll call a timeout. They want this last touchdown. 10 seconds remaining. This will be it. This will be the last play. But if they go for something long, I mean. And
you throw a pick
to close it out. So the Reaper's showing a bit of a weakness on the offense here. Very interesting opening to take note of.
And he's going to take the knee.
All right. So that will be our last game of the half. Wolves are going to go up now 2-9. So we've got King of Fighters coming up after the half, but we will see you guys in about 15 minutes.
We see the noisemaker.
Dripping water, A2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, what we chasing every day. Run them over, if they tryna get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, Ella take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the back, drugs for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They want her to get the digits, yeah, I mean. Dripping water, A2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Reapers versus the Wolves on day 1 of week 15, our final week of regular season play here in the UEL. We just finished up our first half, and we've got King of Fighters coming up next. I am Speedy, and I'm joined here by Mad Genius. How are you feeling so far about this matchup?
All right, so big takeaways. The Wolves have shown they're very strong in sports. They've also shown that they're very, very weak fighter team. And they're not weak, but incohesive as a shooter team. And that's been shown here so far in the first half. The TCM that they played, pretty good. Just a little bit of awareness issue. But I see a lot of potential in this team. I see that they can go up from here. It's just a matter of getting a lot of things rubbed out. You gotta understand that this is also, the top team in the league, and you gotta come with your best. And if this is what the Wolves call their best, then we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and just to give everybody a rundown of what we have from before the half, we started off with Tekken, which was a Reapers win, and then all of these Reapers wins following it. Pokemon, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Guilty Gear Strive, DNF Duel, Crash Team Racing, and then finally the Wolves were able to take a game in 2K. Then we saw the Reapers win Valorant, Overwatch, and Dragon Ball, followed by a Wolves win in Madden to close out the half. So that's what we're looking at so far. As you can see, 2K and Madden both going to the Wolves. There is a sports game specialty there, being able to take down the top team in the North Conference. So we will load into now King of Fighters while we spin the wheel and see that we're going to get NHL coming up next.
Which, although it's a sports game, it is the Reapers' best sports game.
Absolutely.
So right now we will have in the Wolves of the P2 side.
Yeah.
So we got Saucy J versus Kitten.
All right, and we've got Harry from Smash starting off hot here. That will be Kitten taking control early on. And so far still not having taken any hits, which is really important because King of Fighters, if you lose health on that health bar, wow, a perfect KO coming out from Kitten. Didn't lose any of that health, so you won't see a demonstration of it, but the health bar in this game, when you go up against a new opponent, it only gives you a little bit back. You don't get a full refresh. So finally, contact being made with Kitten, although Kitten is
at least
going
gets
to
hit
strike
there.
right back.
But he's still applying a lot of pressure. Fennec's playing his K-Dash. He has to utilize that little teleport that he has.
And not a whole lot of technicality coming out there.
And he's just straight up fist.
Yeah, they're
So
trying to
now
make
we
this
get
a quick
Terry
run.
versus Terry. And again, we have Alchemist having to come in and clean up the mess that his teammates have made for him.
For the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th game, fighting game of the day. If I'm remembering correctly, it seems like he always ends up in there no matter which fighting game it is, so. And still fighting contact too, almost turning this around on Kitten. He did take a hit, but he almost went perfect. Now though, taking quite a lot of damage. And he started to spam some low jabs, and it's costing him even more health now. He's still getting caught with the highs.
And
Wow.
Kitten will sweep them.
Wow. I did not see that coming, but yeah, Kitten did sweep, and that was an insanely fast game. In fact, it was so fast that our timer hadn't even started yet. So we will get that timer started. And
so let's get that.
Yeah, King of Fighters will go to the Reapers in like 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It was a 3-minute game. The Reapers are now up 10-2. And if you're the Wolves and you're going to take a loss, you want it to only take about 3 minutes. You don't want any more of this time on the
But
timer.
now you have the Reapers, full lineup options in what is considered to be their best sports game. The Wolves, I know, are not going to back down. They have MJ, Bernoulli, pretty much everyone they would need for this game. So this could be a very good NHL game, or it could be very one-sided, like that King of Fighters game just was.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is a 3v3 as well, so this time every player actually being part of the action at the same time. This one's going to take a lot more teamwork and coordination. Similarly to how 2K plays with two people, you do need a lot of team coordination to get efficient scoring. NHL will be the same way. You really need to utilize each other's positioning and communication.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to see Bernay, Poison, and Phoenix go up against Kitten, Egg, and 144p.
Yeah, it's good to see all three of them going in on the side of the Reapers. The Wolves, I think this is probably just about their optimal lineup as well, so we will have to see which players on these teams are really going to be putting the work in, because when you get into the game, it gets established pretty quickly who is taking toward the top. So a setup timer might still take a while, so we might want to take a look at the standings now that we're back from the half, just to go ahead and show everybody what we're looking at for the season. So we do have the Wolves, you can see there in the second to last position at the moment, but enough to qualify for the wild card slot for playoffs. And we are moving toward Michigan, the DeVos Performance Hall. So if you would like to join us there, you can scan that QR code right there in the middle. You will be seeing one of the two teams up here on the board. You can go root for your favorite team in person. And go ahead and see all the live action that we're going to have set up. So if you'd like to see a live game between the two best teams of the UEL Season 8, go ahead and scan that QR code and you can grab yourself some tickets. The Reapers really looking to make themselves one of those teams right now. 8-1, trying to finish up this season, 9-1 right now. The only team that has a possibility of matching their record, actually there are two, the Bots and the Eclipse, who are going to have a game against each other during our makeup week. We are stand-in week 15.5, if you will, next week.
So the Bots Eclipse game, if the Bots are able to win the next two, they would be able to tie for first.
Yeah, it's true. It would come down to whether the Bots and Reapers standings against each other, I believe, their record against each other at that point. So, yeah, an interesting position for the Bots to be in. It is possible that they could take that first spot. I'm not sure. It depends on how their game went, the Reapers and Bots together, but most likely, I believe the Bots would be taking a second position then, even if they do tie the Reapers, which is important for playoffs because it determines your opponent. I'm sure the Bots would much rather go up against either this team here, the Wolves, or the Ghosts, whoever wins that wild card game. But if they end up as the second place team, it'll be the Cobras that they have to go up against, who are a solid team. So it'll be a tough match for sure. Now we head into NHL here, and we are going to get some more of this 3v3 sports action. We also spin our wheel, and we land on Formula 1, a really fun head-to-head game. So right now we are going to see the Lightning in blue are going to be the Reapers, and the Lightning in white are going to be the Wolves.
Oh, good shot. Wolves need to get the puck off their side of the ice. That is a big thing. Less chances to be scored on if the puck isn't on your side.
Yeah, NHL is probably the sports game where we see the least amount of defense being done, truthfully. It kind of becomes a shoot at the goalie as many times as you can and then wait for him to just slide it back out to one of his own teammates. So the Wolves do get control again. They send it to the wall just to get some distance.
They're fighting for control.
Yeah. And then they
spacing is a huge issue. Gotta make sure you're spaced out. Pass intercepted. Now it's 2-on-1 scenario.
Oh, and just a little bit too far to the side of the net to make that shot, but it was a well set up play. All right. And with the back of the stick, the Wolves attempting to take a shot, but that one kind of goes away.
Oh, just an aerial pass that
Oh.
somehow works out.
They're just unable to intercept the puck right now from control of the Reapers. And as you can see in this 3v3 mode, no icing, so they don't have to worry about how far they go. It's a challenge.
Oh, he loses puck.
Let's see this one across the ice, but a little too far up. Took that one as more of a shot than a pass. Still fighting for control. Both teams are having a little bit of a tough time getting themselves set up. They are playing more aggressively on defense against each other here. So that
He's
one's
gonna
going to be
hold
held.
puck.
So what that's going to do is that's going to reset us back to control from the Reapers, but starting behind the halfway point of the ice. All right. Shot deflected off of the goalie's mitt there. But the Reapers still do have control, although that pass
The
gets
Wolves are doing
stopped.
a great job of staying in front of that goal, making sure there's no easy shots.
Yeah, these passes are really becoming stray. Oh, what a great play. The passing efficiency from the Reapers right now is crazy. Yeah, they're just on top of it. I mean, we've seen them miss it a few times, maybe going a little bit further past the net than they should. That puck just went to heaven.
That was just
I've never
perfect
seen a
setup.
puck get launched like that. And again,
taking some shots.
all right, and the Wolves seem to have a man all the way back on defense at all times.
To
Doesn't
help
even move up
eliminate
half
those
ice.
2v1 scenarios that they don't want.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that'll be the end of our first period, and right now we have a Reapers lead 1-0. Definitely a minimal lead. There's opportunity here for the Wolves, but the Wolves have definitely had less possession time, at least solid possession. Even when they take it up the ice, they don't manage to get a whole lot
They
done.
got to be a little more coherent. See, this is what I mean. You can't just recklessly be passing the puck up ice. You know, you gotta be moving together. You have one person down there. Somebody needs to come up.
And we'll see that defender who is just lost in space at the moment. He's just sliding across the ice. He's having difficulty controlling, it seems, so.
And then you see the Reapers who are a little more controlled. Still making errors, but they're limiting those.
All right, Bernay's going to move up the ice here. He does have a lot of challenge, though. He gets in front of the net, but he's not able to do anything with
He
it.
gets tripped up. Oh,
Ooh.
big shot. And Kitten almost own goals.
He's got control here behind the net. He's just kind of holding on to it. He did lose control, though.
Oh,
Whoa, an opportunity there. Phoenix made an attempt. Wasn't able to follow through. Passing it up ice, but nothing comes out of it. So we're going to see Phoenix in control again. Good job taking his time there. But Bernie loses control. Yeah, so now it's going to be Kitten bringing it up the ice, playing real slick. Does not get the
Great.
finish from Egg.
the Wolves are playing defense very well, but they need to be able to get that offense strung together.
Yeah, and this offense is getting desperate when you're starting to take slap shots like this.
I mean, it's not a bad strategy because what it does is it wears down on the goalie's stamina. So you see that stamina bar, every time he gets hit, he gets a little slower. So if you can take enough shots, you'll score by wearing him down. So
Yeah.
it's not a bad strategy. It's just it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, they'd much rather do that now than the third period. They need to start.
Because you get one more period, and then if they don't score, it's game. So
Yeah. All right, so now Bernay again with control. He just has to get past his defender here, but
And he
Phoenix with a
doesn't.
really nice defense. Phoenix has just been a wall for all of these approaches from Bernay. All right, Kitten now trying to hang on to control.
Okay, so
Yes, Kitten still with control of this puck somehow 20 seconds later. He's coming out of these ones with
I
control,
think he's just
stalling constantly.
holding time.
Yeah.
I think they know that, they have the 1-score lead. They don't need any more, to be honest.
Yeah, this certainly isn't our highest scoring game in the league on the wheel, so it can be a really, really slow one at times. Scoring even once can be a huge advantage. Oh, and Kitten kind of getting in Egg's way there a little bit.
Trying to fight to see who scores.
Kitten still just stalling. He finally does take a shot, but it goes
He was
wide.
probably just biding his time there.
Mm-hmm.
You see him try to aim.
Doesn't set up for a shot, though. That time he does get intercepted, so now 144 P going to pass it up to Kitten, but the goalie was set and ready because it was on the same side. The goalie slides that one out, and Kitten gets control again.
Oh.
144 approaching, slides it off to the side. Renee moving down the ice, kind of surrounded. Gets it to his teammate, but no score there for the Wolves.
The Wolves have to manage something. All this defense you're playing, you got to be able to translate it to offense.
Yeah, this certainly could be a higher scoring game if they hadn't played defense as well as they have, but they've been challenging well, keeping up with the aggression that the Reapers play with. So now Bernay in control once again, has to find an opening for his teammate. You see 3 men covering the one open man down the ice.
This is where you need that third to come down and be support.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate right now that we're not really
because offense. They're playing offense 2v3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Poison for some reason just defense only. Phoenix gonna hold on to that one and reset it, give back
They have
control.
a minute, 18 seconds to make something happen.
Oh. You can see that the Wolves goalie is still in pretty good condition for this period, so we're likely not going to be seeing a whole lot of scoring coming out, but the Reapers goalie as well going to be just as good condition because these shots that are coming out, they're just running them right to him. No slap shots, no effort being made by that goalie, so the stamina bar is still looking really good. Kitten just has to take the challenge of this one defender, and he doesn't even opt to go for it himself. No connection, but they don't really need it. They're just going to keep stalling for time as many times as they can. 43 seconds remaining. You can see that they're just running it around the back of the goalpost there.
We need a strong push.
Oh, the shot was off the play. The idea was there, but it's something they're going to need to work on.
Down. Well, you got 20 seconds.
Phoenix with the last opportunity for the team, but it might have just been thrown away.
$15 seconds, you can force overtime.
All right. Phoenix is going to try to bring this one home. He's going to make the pass to Bernay. Bernay with a slap shot goes crazy wild. But does give them another opportunity up the ice. Bernay to Phoenix.
Oh.
Phoenix just wide. Bernay gets control again, takes the slap shot.
And he misses.
Misses, and time is up. That's the end of the third period. The Reapers will take a win in a sports game for the first time in this matchup.
Yes, like I said, it is their best sports game. So now we have either King Dre or MJ going in for F1 against, I would say probably Twig.
And this game can be insanely one-sided. It could start and we could see a crash out immediately, or we could see this one go 7 laps completely.
Or somebody makes the mistake and reverses at the starting line.
That's true. That's true. It could happen. We have seen it in the league, unfortunately, at a very, very crucial point in the game. So hopefully we do not see that again. I think everybody learned their lesson that day. Somebody had to make the mistake for us all to recognize what not to do when you're starting off, what strategies not to try to implement.
I just wish it wasn't us.
So we will see King Dre going in here against Cinnabar. All right.
Oh, Cinnabar going in for F1? You know what? Cinnabar he is kind of a sneaky racer. You would assume it because fighting seems to be like his best category, but he could catch a few people in these racing games if you're not paying attention. So, well, interesting because F1 is kind of a really detailed setup. So we're gonna see if they use all of the setup time.
Yep, they've had 4 minutes, so there is plenty of time.
King Dre, this would be an opportunity to showcase that, you have a much more diverse set of skills than Yu-Gi-Oh! In sports.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him take something here, maybe show that racers is a category that goes really under the radar, because a lot of it is team-oriented, so it's sometimes hard to highlight who the real star players are in this category. F1, the 1v1 game of the racing category, is an opportunity for us to let people stand out and shine. So if Dre's got something here in this racing category that so many people overlook, then maybe we start to open our eyes to a new side of his versatility, start to understand that he really covers half of the sections and not just, just a few specialties.
Yeah, because F1 being one of the 3 1v1 games, this is where you really see you can highlight your own skill or you can highlight your own weaknesses. Because it kind of puts you under a microscope when it's 1v1. There's no teammates to help you other than maybe a coach.
Yeah, it looks like we're set and ready to go here, too. They're loading in, so we're going to go ahead and get our wheel spin while they load in. Let's see what the wheel has given us to follow up F1. And we got Fortnite. Fortnite coming up next. 3v3 shooter. All right. So we have Cinnabar on the top for the Reapers and King Dre on the bottom for the Wolves. Cinnabar going to start out in first place. Very fortunate starting position to be in, but there are 5 laps on this course, so plenty of time. Never mind. Dre is going to get spun out, wrecked, finished in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
Oh man.
It was a really fast finish.
That is unfortunate. So
for
speaking
those of you that got hit with an ad during that game,
yeah,
it's over.
It's over. We finished. Actually, Dre in particular wrapped that one up for us.
Yeah, he finished very fast.
Yeah.
Hopefully Fortnite lasts a little longer.
Yep.
Because we want to see actual gameplay.
I think maybe there might have been a miscommunication. I think they told Dre try to finish this one as fast as possible, and he was like, "Oh, I got this."
Yeah.
So he did. I mean, maybe he listened.
Yeah. Maybe it's not that way. Maybe.
Yeah. I think they meant across the finish line, but it's all right. It's fine. We are heading into Fortnite now. MJ will be in. We know our exact lineup for the Reapers, actually. It's going to be Twig, Cuddy, Pebble, and I mean, that's what you want.
Cuddy is a great shooter. He is not a Fortnite builder.
It's true.
That is the thing.
Yeah, building is minimal. Usually in our matchups, you need maybe one person that can build you vertically, because if you can get some vertical setup, then you're a little bit less afraid to take gunfights and peeks and start to slowly chip away rather than having to really rely on your close quarters 1v1 play.
And I don't know if see the Wolves. This isn't unwinnable in my eyes. You can win this. It's just a matter of who do you have that can help you win this.
So who do you think
We've seen
would go into MJ?
Alchemist try his best to step up in fighters as like the vet in fighters.
Mhm.
Bernoulli, he hasn't shown up yet. So is this where he shows up? Is this where we see him do something that shows us that the Wolves can compete in this game? Or because I haven't seen too much fight outside of the two sports games that they won, and I want to see more. I want to see more of that competitive edge, and I don't feel like we're getting that right now.
Yeah, so far we are only 14 games in on the wheel, so not even halfway through the wheel yet. And we're coming down on the hour-and-a-half mark.
Because speaking of 15th game, you have, mathematically, you have like 2 games before you're done. You can't win anymore.
Right. It's close. And this game is just insane to look at sometimes.
Yeah, it's wild.
And is that Apex? It is FC. Okay. Very
FC
nice.
24.
Possibly another opportunity.
Yeah. The core skin just dropped. If you guys are Avatar fans, the core skin dropped. I wanted the Aang skin, so I don't know if I really want to buy that.
I believe the Aang skin is coming soon, right? Very soon after.
I hope
it's
so.
like the next drop or something like that. I played Fortnite for the first time in about 4 years just yesterday. So I am very vaguely caught up on what's happening in Fortnite. I certainly know how the game works.
I see the Vegeta skin. I did buy the whole Dragon Ball bundle when it came out.
I don't blame you. It definitely looks good, and the cell shaded art style as well that they put on the anime characters in Fortnite, it does look pretty cool. All right, so MJ, that's what you like to see when you're setting up. I like to see a player that's starting to get picky about their options because it means they have a lot to work with. All right, so
he has some turrets laid down. He has some turrets he's ready to grab.
Yeah, and we've seen those really come in handy because if you find an opening in the location that the enemy team has started to build.
What was he doing, bro?
Oh, interesting. So even working the bench, we often see players not wasting time on some of the more detailed parts of getting their weapon kit set up, but we see these players do want to. So right now, Twig set himself on a good position. The Wolves only just now exiting their spawn. That gave the Reapers a really, really good lead. Twig only just able to catch himself there before taking a little more damage on the ground. Just
missing
misses.
those shots.
Oh,
he's standing still. You can't.
Taking these peeks. Shoots his own.
He's getting
teammates.
aimed at.
Oh, and that one doesn't connect. That bullet might have even been jumped over. A bit tricky there, but not a ton of cover that this player for the Wolves is hiding behind. So Twig even going to start building to start engaging, get closer. And this player on the Wolves getting swarmed. So just one left now for the Wolves. Yeah, you can see right here that Pebble is getting up high. He's going to search around, make sure. At this point, I would assume that player... All right, so the Wolves have all died at this point. They just have to go ahead and lose their second life. Go ahead and take another death so that the round will end. So I'm digging this peely backpack that Pebble's got.
Cool.
I don't know. Yo, where are y'all? Hey, give me that shit.
There it is.
Give me that shit.
All right. So that'll be round one to the Reapers. They need one more round to win this game of Fortnite. Wolves need to be a little bit more aggressive. They played that one trying to kind of just pick off shots at whoever was
Yeah,
aiming
and
at
they
them from
need
afar.
to get out of their spawn because you gave up. You gave up like the center ring. So what you want to do is you want to push out of your spawn. You get your loadout, and then you spawn out.
Mine's the popsicles. Oh, okay.
We'll see. Maybe this time the Wolves
we
will
can both
have
have-
weapons that they're a little bit more comfortable with. So we are going to start off here on MJ again, who's going to take a look at his options. Go ahead and grab 2 of those. Actually, 4 of those briefcases this time. Wow. And then not able to get any of those weapons. Does not have enough materials for it. Grabbing a lot of close range weapons this time. So you can see why maybe if this was not the idea last time, then this is a change of playstyle because we did see him pick up the sniper rifle last time.
Why is he emoting? Oh, they're getting pushed in
The
their
Wolves
spawn.
are already being pushed in their spawn. Wow. The Wolves all go down in their own spawn. Oh my goodness. The Wolves all die in their own spawn, and the Reapers go ahead and dominate that game. They barely even made that a game.
And wow.
Oh man, we are going to head into FC now, following that dominant performance by the Reapers.
Pebble just went in there and emptied out the spawn.
Yeah, that was not the best showing we've seen from the Wolves, but with FC coming up, we might see an improvement in their showing here.
Another sports game.
Once
2
again,
of your sports players are in.
yeah, synergy going to be a huge one in this again.
Alchemist and Bernay, who, if you don't know, Alchemist and Bernay are probably one of the best FIFA football club duos in the league. When you want to talk synergy, they have it. The only time I've ever seen Bernay or Alchemist lose this game is when they don't have the other. So we'll see if this dynamic duo can beat Cuddy at 144p. Because they need sparks. They need a spark. They need something to happen here.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for the Wolves so far. We saw a couple of opportunities for them, the 2K game, the Madden game that they won, but they didn't turn it into momentum. That was the problem. They didn't pick up from there and start developing strategies to win. They were just kind of one-off wins. They need more than that. So FC needs to be the start of something where they start to figure out strategies. Now that they've played games in a few different genres, they should know the general idea of how the Reapers like to play each style of game. At this point, they should be reading them and picking up on what they're going to see ahead of time. In Fortnite, for example, taking so much time to set up probably wasn't a wise idea. Not
Yeah.
only because they saw that they made it to the center of the ring before they exit spawn in the first round, but because that's how the Reapers play shooters. They are hyper aggressive. They are very, very in your face, and they try to pick up more kills than you can. They don't care if they lose a few, as long as they have more than you.
And that's what's giving them the wins. So now we're gonna see if they turn around in FC.
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for the Wolves to turn it around, grab themselves another point. It's going to be a tough game from here, though. The Wolves 11 down with under an hour and a half left. You would have to win a game just about every 10 minutes at this point.
And it's not impossible.
Depending on what
you
roles.
need you want to avoid games like League and StarCraft rolling.
Mm-hmm. Yep, League,
That's just about
StarCraft,
it right now.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh can be
a
fast.
time eater.
Yu-Gi-Oh, I know the Wolves deck. The Gaga deck, onomatopoeia deck can beat you in 2 turns if he gets his set up. So that can also be a quick game. You just don't want like League or StarCraft.
Mm-hmm. All right. There we go. The wheel rolls.
And Warzone is next.
Warzone.
Warzone, which is by far my favorite game on the wheel.
Yeah, it's one of the most original styles of play that we have in the league as well. One of the most creative head-to-head rule sets that we have. All right, so we're going to see a PSG and Barcelona on this one. That is Paris Saint-Germain there in the blue. Barcelona FC in the white on the right there. And we're going to see Mbappe go for a shot. Not quite going to land that one, but we will let you know in just a moment who's who. PSG so far closing in on that goal well. It was a quick offense opportunity for Barcelona, but now right back to PSG. Oh, lose possession, but
great. He tried to score from distance because he saw the defender was out of goal.
Good go ahead from the goalkeeper to get in the way of that one. And we are playing with walls, so this is going to be a really fast-paced game as well. All right, so that's Wolves in the dark blue that you see there. Paris Saint-Germain, and then we have Reapers in the white. So you can see that combo of Alchemist and Bernay that you said, some of the best FC players in the league, they're showing it off right now. From all the way down the court. Goes ahead and gets that bicycle right into the left side of the net. And now another approach. Let's see. He outplays the goalkeeper and he's in. They're picking up steam. You really see it in this game often. You can pick up a whole lot of momentum.
They know what they're doing. They know how to play.
Yeah, let's see what we get. So that's going to be yet another 3 already for the likes of Wolves there on PSG. Finally, the Reapers answer back with one of their own. All right, now in control again. Bernay and Alchemist. A free one for the Reapers, though. They go ahead and take another. So they're setting themselves up for already a way to even this up. And with that opening there, good on Mbappe to get his foot in the way of that one. Send it right back to him. And now you've got Hakimi up a little bit, which is very awkward. Mbappe in goal is very strange. You almost give an own goals there. That's a tough one.
Bounce off the wall. That header was almost in. And there you see it. You see the understanding knowledge. That was just great aim right there. Being able to score from distance like that.
Interesting way to play that one off the wall. That was a much better play off the wall from the goalkeeper. And we will see a long
another
shot
goal
land.
The thing about playing with walls is everything has always been, it's always inbounds. So it makes for some pretty interesting plays when you're playing off wall.
Yeah, we are going to see this one almost get stuck in the corner for a while, but now Mbappe challenging the goal, tries to get some distance.
And he bounces it off the wall and it comes back to him.
They are really good at getting these ones in off of the edge, getting the goalkeeper to move out of position so that they can set up for a pretty distant shot. Their aim is fantastic right now. We're coming down to the end of the first half, and the Wolves in total control here. Want to go for one more. They did give the Reapers a little bit of time to work with, so it's not going to end up being a shot. And we'll end the first half 6-2. So as you predicted, a pretty early lead.
Bernay and Alchemist have great teamwork in this game. It makes them very, very hard to beat. So if the Reapers want to come back, they got to buckle down.
All right, and that one from Long, just over the top of the entire defense. Must be something about playing this left side of the court that's giving an advantage to these players, because now the Reapers starting to close the gap. Only 2 points between the teams now. It was 4 less than 30 seconds ago.
There's the thing, high octane, very high speed.
Oh, just makes the connection with it there before the goalkeeper can get to it. And
That's the thing with a lot of these sports teams. Sometimes it's just the timing be seconds off.
That's some good control here from the Reapers. Just wanting to get set in a position, but Hakimi gets the foot in, and second in a row blocked now. Off the wall pass to himself. See just how confident these players are here for the Wolves. The Reapers take another shot. It gets sent out, though. Control for PSG. They have 2 players there. The Wolves not able to take a shot. They get the pass up the court. That one bounces off the goalkeeper's foot.
1 second.
No, the Reapers just keep finding contact with this goalkeeper.
And there they get it.
Yeah, finally.
This is going to be a close game. 7-5.
Still could definitely go either way. We have about a minute and a half left in the game.
Oh.
You don't see those shots going wide often. The Reapers with another one.
Free goal. They take advantage of that. That's just knowledge.
We're starting to see the Wolves miss.
Oh.
Oh. All right, they've got a really good approach set up here. A great cross. Yeah, a very, very easy setup and cross. Put that one in. So the Wolves, once again, going to be up by 2. A decent and solid lead to hold for a while, but because this is a fairly high-scoring game, you want more than that.
Yeah, 2-point lead is nothing.
The bicycle kick still
bicycle kick
to the
misses.
side.
Ooh, he's past the defender.
This is, yeah.
Goes for the cross.
And the player with the pink token there for the Reapers. Oh, has had such good control. But that does not stop goals from coming through. So now 9-6. This game is set up for the Wolves to try and hold a stern defense. You can see that they're not even challenging the ball right now.
Because they don't have to at this point. At this point, it's just play keep away. Keep the ball on their side.
Less than 40 seconds left. Let's see where we see this pass go. Just holding control of this ball. They do make it up the court a little bit. Oh, just back and forth right now. Exchange of control. The Reapers with an opportunity. And once again, Reaper's going to be in control of the ball. They get that one off of the wall. One of their players who's just trying to hold control and set himself up for something. He waits for all 3 defenders to get in the way before shooting. And there is no time left.
And the Wolves will take this win.
It is sports that they are relying on to get them more points in this game. But with a 10-game deficit in this matchup and an hour and 18 minutes remaining, that's a tricky ask. This Warzone game could really be drug out as well. I imagine the Reapers are just going to play for the win, but thinking strategically, this is the kind of game where if the Reapers kind of accept themselves to take a loss here, they can burn 20 minutes off of the clock just to give off a single point.
Yeah, I mean, but
play conservatively.
Warzone is also very tricky. Like, they could land and get wiped immediately. Sometimes that does happen. You'll drop, and then you'll wipe. But what... You know, especially with Rebirth Island coming back, you're gonna see a lot of OG players. Especially since the way we play it, it's a 2v2. You're going into a quads lobby on Rebirth Island right now. Any Warzone player knows that you're gonna have a bunch of 4 stacks sitting in your rooms holding hands. And you're gonna be a duo pushing a 4 stack sitting in a room holding hands. And that's going to make it very tough. When we played last week or the week before, Rebirth was pretty annoying to play, especially the way that we played it. I I mean, we still managed to win it, but it's not an easy game, and it's only getting harder because with this new map, a lot of returning players, a lot of very high skilled players. PC lobbies can be very difficult to play in because that M and K aim is sometimes ridiculous, and it's almost cheating all the time.
Yeah, so with 30 seconds left here, we'll probably be heading into that one
I'm
soon.
a very big console controller player.
So we will be heading into this one soon. The way that we play Warzone here, you were talking a little bit about it before. These players will be on the same team. That's something important to note, is that they won't just be going in as twos and trying to get into the same lobby. They will be on the same team, but we will be keeping track of their kills and damage for them to be scoring points in Warzone that will lead them toward the win. So every kill is 1 point, and every 1,000 damage is also a point. All right, so that'll be Need for Speed that we just rolled. That will be coming out next.
So I can tell from the levels, you can tell who plays this game and who doesn't. Bernay only being level 6, I know he doesn't have a lot of guns, so he's gonna be relying on the ground loot. Twig obviously has at least a few loadouts to pick from. Bernay, Alchemist. Alchemist isn't even high enough level to play ranked. They're not really gonna have too many guns in their own personal loadouts, which already puts you at a disadvantage. I can tell Pebbles is gonna be relying on Twig to maintain all the kills. But you're still a duo, and you're gonna need help. Being in a level 6 lobby with a level 304, with skill-based matchmaking, it might make it too easy for Twig, and that also brings you to a disadvantage, because if you don't play the game, and you come here, and you play it, and you play with high-level players, your lobby is going to get rolled, and it's going to make it easy for him. It might make it normal difficulty or hard for you, but it's going to make it really easy for someone who knows what they're doing, because if you're playing level 6s, a lot of them are either new to the game, don't have the game, but if you're also playing a lot of level 6s at this stage in the game, you might run into a cheater.
Yeah, and the tricky thing about that is I had mentioned before that if you're in the situation that the Reapers are in right now, it's possible to really drag this game on and start taking time out of this matchup. But that could possibly come in the form of a loss if you play too conservatively. With this lobby being the way it is, Twig has the opportunity to not only draw this one out, but make it a win in the end because of the level that the players might be at here. So we will see just how tricky this one is for each individual player. I have a feeling we are going to be seeing a lot of Twig's POV here. Probably going to be a lot of kills coming out from him and Pebble. It's going to be up to MJ and Dre to counter that. They're going to have to play really, really well as a team. They're going to have good communication, because going up against teams of 4 with only one other reliable teammate by your side, it could get tricky. Definitely playing conservative is certainly an option for a portion of the game, but you might not want to do it right off the bat. You want to start to take these players that only have handguns, just like that, just start taking them down one by one while they're separate from their team. So we're going to see already Twig's got a kill.
Okay, the BP-50 Sand. I don't know why you threw that 7-6 there. That doesn't do anything.
Yo, come pick that shit up. Come pick that shit up.
BP-50 is a really good gun. It's part of my own personal loadout. You can see just like that how fast you go down from it.
Assault rifle here as well. Alright, so Twig already off to an early lead. Pebble even, I think, having a kill of his own at this point as well. So, but, I mean, Twig's already got a lot of damage on the board. He could start moving toward that, getting points by damage as well. So building up pretty quickly here, putting points on the board. He does now. He's keeping that BP, but he's also got the sniper rifle as well, so he could play from a distance. He could play slower. And grab another kill there.
He's already at 5.
And trying to make this his 6th. He does. He makes that final contact. Gonna finish him off with the nade.
Has the plate up.
Yeah, he does have a lot of plates as well, so if he can keep taking these ones, he has a lot of opportunities to still heal up after.
Using the heartbeat sensor. Snaking the... Ooh, I like that.
Still can't find that target down the hall.
That team is going to be upstairs. Immediately up to his right.
Oh, he tried to come out and push him with the riot shield. Gotta get the finish. He does. He gets to finish on 1, but not the
Pebbles
second.
needs to push. Pebbles needs to push in and help.
I have 6 though.
Oh, Pebbles just dropping in. He had died before.
Come on, get up there. Get upstairs.
So Pebble right now actually finding
Loot
either
that.
MJ or Dre there.
Oh,
So sticking with the wrong team because they will not be reviving him.
He's on MK.
They want him to die as many times as possible. Alright. Oh my goodness. Guns moving.
Alchemist.
Alchemist. Sorry, not Alchemist.
Brunei.
Right.
So they could just die here if they wanted to.
Alright, he sees that one dropping down. He's not going to challenge it directly, but he is going to play for the stairs. Going to try to cut them off where he thinks they're going to be coming from. He gets snuck up from behind, but a nice drop shot.
See, this is what I mean. This is the difference between... This is what it looks like when somebody plays the game. And this is a low-level lobby. But this is also what you're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, Twig can take a lot of 1s, but it's very hard to take a
But
1v2.
2 and 3v1s just don't work out. Is Brunei still in the game?
Well, yeah, it looks like...
Okay. So, Brunei is still in the game.
Right. Yeah, it's odd. We just can't see his health bar. But, yeah, MJ and Dre still both in the game. Twig and Pebble. We've been watching plenty.
Now, this POI right here is good for farming kills, but now you got out of zone. And they're going to have to push towards prison. But, as you can see, the kill feed, Twig is still putting numbers up.
Yeah, Twig's got to be scoring near 10 kills at this point. He's sitting around that range, give or take a few. Made contact with that flash, so he'll be able to pick up yet another one.
Yeah, and it looks like he has his loadout.
Right now, if it's a little bit far to see, but I believe he's at 9.
Oh, gosh.
It's going to be a down, but he's not going to have an opportunity to finish that when he tries to get him through the wall. Doesn't connect.
That's the sniper from Advanced Warfare that they just brought back. And that thing is ridiculous. So what he's probably going to do is try to gatekeep those guys there. Crack.
Oh, just barely not able to connect with the second.
Never mind. I'm about to die. Yeah, I have no plate.
Good
He's not
patience.
going to sit in that doorway.
I have nothing.
He's going to look for another angle to shoot at you. He's probably going to come right there.
Oh
Another
my
down.
goodness. Great shot. Really good patience and positioning.
He's getting hit by cover fire. He needs to push out. You have 1 plate left.
Yeah, with 1 plate, you might want to make this a close quarters fight. Because you're going to want to pick up whatever they drop. You're going to need to get yourself plated up really quickly after. So you can't keep taking poke damage at this point. You just don't have the shields for it. All right, so it was MJ that was removed from the game. That's why we're unable to see his health bar. And it looks like they're continuing to play. They're going to try to play this one out even without him. So we can see that Twig obviously wants to, like you had mentioned earlier, some of these guys on the outside, maybe try to gatekeep them, and there they are.
All right, Pebble gets the kill. They have a helicopter up top. Oh.
Really good job finishing off that target, but then also gotta be able to get another down there as well.
He's gonna come back for the reach out. Oh my goodness.
The tracking is fantastic. So that was 3. There should be another one, possibly 2 if the one player was revived. Didn't look like he was, and right now we do still have Dre. I think we can see him right down there at the shipyard. I believe this is Dre that we're seeing, unless he was the player that didn't get revived, but no, I believe this is him up ahead.
Behind him.
Yeah, he knows now that there's still a few trickling.
He has
behind.
high sense on, which is why you see that orange little area on his screen. Lets him know that he's being aimed at.
Make it count. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
So at this point, I can only imagine the lead that Twig has. And we are now almost 15 minutes
buys
into this
UAV.
Warzone game. Yeah, you can see that he is not really being collapsed in on by anybody at the moment. Still kind of in an open area. He has a lot of free range to just move and kind of wait for whatever direction he thinks is most optimal to pick up a few kills. Although he does have a lot of high ground up that hill for opportunities for enemies to look down on him, so I want to get into a position where he can keep eyes on others without being in such an open position.
And the thing is, Pebble doesn't seem to be moving with him enough.
It's still checking that angle that he came from, and it does pay off because he does
Crack
find
somebody.
one. Oh,
Cracks another one.
all of these shots are landing.
Oh, he gets sniped himself.
Because it was a snipe, though,
And Resurgence is disabled, so I want to know, does he?
and he doesn't have a self-revive either?
No, he doesn't have a self-res. This is where this is where it comes into your teammate sticking with you.
Yeah, now it suddenly becomes a game of Dre versus Pebble.
Nah, they know they got knocked. I'm surprised the team that
Alright.
knocked him didn't push.
Alright, so Pebble is able to get Twig up on his feet, so Twig's still in this one. Man, that sniper shot came real close. I don't know how it didn't connect with Pebble.
Oh,
Eesh.
good thing he has a lot of plates, but he is getting laced. What you don't want to do is you gotta realize this position isn't good. You gotta move. You gotta move. You gotta move towards prison.
Yeah, and they are sticking together finally, which is good. So they have improved on at least one aspect.
Oh,
but
he's gonna push.
Twig is gonna push. I guess if you're being shot at on both sides, gotta move toward one. And this is the side he's chosen, the side that he originally came from, was being tracked from, and now he might be on the backside of the team that was hunting him down. He knows he was shot from this direction before several times. He knows there's got to still be enemies here. Takes a couple shots at his own teammate.
Oh, he just bought Pebble's back.
Gotta redeploy. All right, let's see. We can see that this ring is getting a whole lot smaller. Once this one starts to close in, doesn't land that shot, he's gonna
die
in a really in a tough position. Now he's likely gonna be finished as well.
Yo, Alchemist, go buy me back. Yo,
It's not gonna happen. So right now we are going to watch Pebble try to watch his back. He knows his teammate was just challenged from that direction. He saw several, chose not to pull the trigger.
And yeah.
And that's going to be 12 kills. Twig alone will take that one, but then with the 5 as well from Pebble, we will see 17 kills to 7 from Dre. So not a bad showing from Dre at all. 7 kills. Pretty respectable score as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would have been much better if he had a teammate.
Most definitely. A very unfortunate situation that they got put in, but Call of Duty will go to the Reapers. Twig being a dominant force on that one, and Pebble doing a good job for most of the time, supporting him, either being behind him and letting him know when enemies are coming up, or at the end we did see them sticking together pretty well. As
sometimes that's sometimes in Warzone, when you're playing with someone who isn't at your level, sometimes that's what you need. You need someone who can at least be somewhat recon and give you information that you need, or someone who, when you're down, you just pick me up.
Right. And because of that, the Reapers 14-3, an hour left, an 11-point deficit for the Wolves. We have 60 minutes left in this game. You need a win about every 5 minutes at this point to catch back up.
You need to win every other game in the wheel.
Yep. That is a difficult situation to be in, but we do have Need for Speed coming up next, 4v4. It will be the Reapers setup, I believe, here. And they're going to get to pick whether they want to be cops or racers. And the racers most wanted, whichever team is the racers, their most wanted will be chosen by random. So you want to try to have 4 of your best racers together, because it could be anybody on your team that is the pivotal person in the game.
So I don't know, because I feel like the Reapers can play cops or racers.
Definitely, I think cops is probably going to be their way to go. They prefer aggressive play styles from what I've seen in just about every game. They like to finish it on their terms and have a win condition in front of them. It's a lot harder as a racer to have that win condition and be like fully escape the circle. It takes a lot of time. It's a really slow process. I don't know if that's how the Reapers like to play.
Yeah, you are right about that one, because when you're racers, it's not, especially if you're the most wanted, your teammates can still be very aggressive, but you really can't afford to be aggressive.
Yeah, you're just slowly inching towards that edge of the circle, trying to make your way out.
You want to have a great supporting cast when you're racers, depending on who's the most wanted. But when you're cops, it's everyone going after the same target.
And that's how they work well.
We will see, because we see Alchemist, MJ, Brunei, and Phoenix going in versus Kitten, Twig, Egg, and Cinnabar. So depending on what is the next game, we have a pretty wide open group of games we can play next after this. But this should be an interesting matchup, because Phoenix is a pretty good racer. From him being my old teammate, so I know that if they pick racers, or if the Reapers pick cops, if Phoenix is most wanted, it puts you in good position. Even if you guys are cops, as long as you guys can make a way for Phoenix to get to the most wanted, they have a good chance of winning this. But their teamwork hasn't all the way been there today. So let's see how they bounce back, and let's get right into Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. We're gonna have a wheel spin. And the Wolves racers, so the Reapers pick cops.
Yeah.
And we have Car X Drift next, which is another Reaper game.
We can choose it.
Yeah, I
use
definitely.
any cars,
I
right?
think I saw this one coming for the Reapers playing this cops. I think this is gonna fit to their play style. They like a really quick and aggressive style of play, so all targeting the same person, trying to end the game definitively by just wrecking that player over time. That's gonna feed into more of how they play just about everything else.
So Bernay is going to be most wanted. Ooh, that's a bit.
Hmm.
I didn't check my controls.
I would much rather like to see Phoenix be most wanted, but we'll see if Phoenix can help ensure his team wins, because I don't know about Bernay's racing skills.
All right, but we're gonna see him right now on full display. He starts out right up front.
Hits the shortcut immediately.
Makes a little contact with the wall on the way back in, but see some of the cops doing the same, so that's okay. We do see the Reapers kind of just barge through the rest of the racers. They're kind of open season right now on Bernay.
Oh, Bernay makes a big U-turn.
Yeah, and it got him some space too. The only problem is it doesn't seem like the rest of the racers are really caught up, so we still have 3 cops on the tail of Bernay right now, with no racers in between that. Oh no, Bernay takes a big hit and he's stuck and finished very, very quickly. At about 30 seconds, that game gets wrapped up, he gets busted.
So he gets crowded and finished, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these games that shouldn't be as fast as they are, the Reapers are making it very quick.
Yeah, Most Wanted can go for a long time, especially if the racers are in control, and in that game they never really were, so.
Car X Drift, and it's a Wolves setup. I know Kitten plays this game very well, so he's most likely going to go in. I've seen him put up 3,000 to 4,000 almost every game. The thing is, have any of these available Wolves been practicing and playing this game?
Yeah, that is true. They don't even have their full lineup possible to play like the Reapers do. The Reapers have so much more to choose from at the moment, but having so much doesn't really matter. Having Kitten there in the first place is kind of a done deal. Puts them in a really great position. They're very happy to see it.
Because Kitten by himself, like his duo can score nothing, and if the Wolves don't know what they're doing or can't put up enough points, him alone is enough to win.
Yeah, and we've seen that not only is not putting up enough points a problem, but sometimes we see not finishing the race at all is an issue. Sometimes that timer is just not enough for these players to attempt drifting and crossing at the same time.
And if you don't finish, then you don't get any points. Your points don't matter. You're DQ'd. So you got to pick a map where you know you can finish it, but you also know you can score. Or you can work the strategy of one person's actually trying to score, or one person is just racing the race to put some kind of time pressure on the opposite team.
And not only does that map have to be something that you feel like you could finish in time, it also has to be something that you think Kitten isn't going to be able to... well, never mind. What?
What?
So we're actually going to see Cuddy and Cinnabar going in on Car X Drift for this one. And it's going to be Phoenix and Saucy for the Wolves. So we're going to get our next wheel spin here. 53 minutes left in this match.
Damn, that's crazy.
Gears. Oh, goodness. If we were ever going to see a forfeit,
No,
right?
you're not. No, you're not, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro.
You can hear that Cuddy is just like, why?
Right. And it looks like Kitten is doing the setup. He knows this game well enough for them to rely on him for the setup, at the very least.
120 what? 244? No.
What was it?
All right, so we're gonna see him getting set here in the lobby.
He has it on tandem. It needs to be drift.
It's a little bit of a sneak peek into the behind the scenes. See how these teams get the rooms set up for Car X Drift. You see that pretty UEL logo there on the top right for this account. All right, and we got that gold car there for Cuddy as well. He's been customizing a little bit. All right, so they should be in the lobby pretty soon. Looks like they've got 2 in. They just got to get the Wolves in now, I believe. Or no, sorry, one of the Wolves is in. So just 1 player on each team has to get in there, and then they'll be set and just about ready to go. All right, so it looks like they're going to take some more time to get set up for a while.
So Gears being a 5v5, Cuddy technically can still play. He's not all the way out of rotation.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, do the Reapers feel like they would even need him to be in? The way that things have been going, would they even need him?
I don't think they would need him. I really don't. I don't think that they would need him. I think they could win without him, but I think he'll be going in regardless. I do think that he'll just
this is his game. Like if we were to say this is somebody's game, Gears 5, this is the guy you think of when it comes to this league. So even though they necessarily probably won't even need him, he's gonna be in, and hopefully be able to make some pretty cool plays happen.
Yeah, we did a few weeks back, about halfway through the season, we saw him take a 1v5 after his entire team was wiped, and he came out of it alive.
I was there. I was in the production room during that match. That was crazy to see because his wall bounce tech is crazy.
It's absolutely insane. We're going to head over and take a look at some of these standings, though, for now, so we can talk about the rest of the league and what we had going on. If you want to check it out, if you want to go to the DeVos Performance Hall, whenever that standing comes up, just go ahead and scan that QR code in the middle, and you will be able to pull up tickets for the show. You would love to see it. It'll be fantastic. It'll be very competitive. Both of these teams are qualifying here for some postseason games, so you never know. You may see one of these teams there. All right, so right now it looks like we have one of the... We can tell that the first place position at the moment is one of the Reapers because it is Twig's account that they're using. So that drift just barely doesn't go wide into the grass, but we're going to get a spin out here, and that combo is going to be lost. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and watch Cinnabar, see what kind of progress he's making. Cinnabar right now in first. A little bit off the track. All right, gets past again there. So it is both of the Reapers there in the first and second place positions in terms of finishing the race, and they also do have a drift lead as well. You can see that fourth place at the moment focused on finishing this one. They're at about 90% with only about 500 points. So that'll be a finish right there. 100% of that race finished, and we've got almost 4,000 points from one of the Reapers there. The second Reaper will finish as well.
So, no surprise here. This will be a Reapers win.
Yeah, some good points there. Coming out from the Wolves, just not quite enough to beat the Reapers, who not only finished first, but were also able to win in points. First and second place, third and fourth, both going to the Wolves. So luckily, that will be a quick one. And whoa, goodness.
What was that just now?
The collision got turned on right at the end. So Car X Drift will go over to the Reapers. That will be their 16th game. Hey, We're going to Michigan. You want to come? Scan the QR code in the middle. Come check it out. We've got Reapers, Bots, Cobras, Ghosts, and Wolves all heading into the playoffs. At the moment, Reapers, Bots, and Cobras in the playoffs. Ghost and Wolves getting set for some wild card gameplay. South Conference, Eclipse, X-Gods, Ravens. We will see all of them in the playoffs. Gorillas and Phantoms going to face off during our wild card weekend to try and qualify for a spot. And then the 8 teams remaining after wild card weekend will all see each other on each side of their conference. We'll see the 4th and 1st place going up against each other in both conferences, 2nd and 3rd going up against each other as well. It's going to be an exciting end of the season. We have some really competitive teams here. It could just about any one of these games could be anybody's game. There could be some real upsets. Some teams have been making changes lately that have put them in different positions than what we've seen them in the past. There's going to be a lot of exciting gameplay in this postseason, so we hope you tune in and hope you join us there at the DeVos Performance Hall as well on June 8th for grand finals, where the 2 best teams are going to take it to each other for $100,000. I don't know about you, but I would really like $100,000.
Oh, yeah, $100,000 would be absolutely fantastic right now, especially with the way that life is expensive.
Life is expensive. We might be end gamers here, but we also have to be adults in the meantime. So $100,000 split for one of these teams is going to be a really nice bonus for performing so well this season. And a lot of these teams have really earned it. There's so many teams here that you could say overall have just worked so hard to get to where they are, even just in the standings. These 5 and 4 teams, 6 and 4, 7 and 0, 8 and 1, 7-1, 5-4. Some of these teams have had to fight to be the best, and some of these teams have had to fight to stay in it, and none of them want to go home early.
Nobody does. And as somebody who is, sitting outside looking in this season, it only makes you want to come back and be better. And hopefully next season, the Bandits will be the ones getting into the playoffs and moving forward, because we want that $100,000 just as bad as anybody.
And there will be plenty of opportunity. UEL Season 9 will be following, obviously, the grand finals at some point. Stay tuned for dates and information. But this road to Michigan right now, this is a really, really exciting moment for the UEL. It's going to be history for the league. We would love to see you there. So as we head into this Gears 5 game, you can see why the Reapers are 8-1. They keep spinning games they're good at, and even the ones they may not be the best in the league at, they could take so many teams in. So right now, sitting at 16-3, they're going to bump that record up and finish their season 9-1. 9-1 is a very impressive scoring line to finish with. The Bots looking to do the same thing. They have 2 games left, and they would like to win both of those. They do have a game this weekend. They also have a makeup game. Our makeup weekend, there will only be one. It will
that should actually be a great game.
Bots and Eclipse. It's going to be intense.
That's going to be really fun to watch, because the Bots have been doing phenomenal this season. What Billy has been doing over there, keeping his team in, great playing shape, making sure everyone is, on time, getting their team together. It's great to see what he's done, and I look forward to seeing how things turn out for them.
Yeah, a fantastic team, just like Eclipse as well. We've seen the Eclipse go just about nonstop winning streaks. I mean, there's little that any team can do to really take it to them. These Reapers here we saw within, if I'm remembering correctly, about 2-game difference between them. It was such a close matchup. And with the opportunity to possibly see the 2 of them go head-to-head for the grand prize in the DeVos Performance Hall on June 8th, how can you not want to buy tickets? That game, if you go back and watch it, is one of the closest, most intense matchups that we've had in the league to date. So I can think of few games that would be quite that close, but Bots and Eclipse, what a way to finish out the season. It's probably going to be a similar style of gameplay.
Oh, most definitely. And now we're going to get to see, hopefully in a little bit, because I think the Wolves just used the timeout, So, we're going to be working to make sure that Gears is all set up. Oh, Reapers use the timeouts the Wolves don't have anymore. So, and it looks like we will see Cuddy good to go in and play his game.
Absolutely. I don't think he would have had it any other way. He probably would have, in secret, submitted a forfeit for his team if they didn't field him for this one. So, very much excited to go into this.
I just hope that this takes some time, because 3-minute shooters are not a thing we want to see.
Yeah, and it would be hard to follow too. We'd likely just have a camera locked on Cuddy for the entire 3 minutes if it's going to be going that fast. So,
and they're going to be playing Pahanu, Guardian on Pahanu.
Okay, Guardian, interesting. Not the style that I would have thought Cuddy would want to play, because I think this was a Reaper. This was a Reaper setup. So,
and Dead by Daylight is next.
All right. What a great name for a video game too. It really is just, it gets the entire point across.
Not gonna lie, I made a really bad assumption when I first heard of the game Dead by Daylight. I thought it would be like a vampire game.
But whoa, what a shot there from Cuddy.
Torque bow.
Okay, that one does go just over the shoulder, but
he needs to try to aim for the Guardian.
If he can nail the Guardian in the back line with one of these torque bow shots, it would be a really, we talked about possible quick endings to this one.
Oh, the Guardian is all the way in the back.
He might be pinched between the two teams right now. I want to see who this Guardian is. Only one shot left in this torque bow. Not going to land that final shot. He does get damage, though. The explosion does a little bit of residual damage. Nasher doesn't actually finish.
Spawn swapped.
Yeah, but they do. They still have that Guardian cornered, so it's about a 2v1 right now. So it looks like that Guardian may have gotten some distance, escaped them, but it's very clear that he's being chased down now by Cuddy. I'm willing to try to pick up some of these grenades. He's being challenged, though. Interesting to see that his... Oh, I can see why now. What? Oh, and again, more grenades just getting kills on impact.
Those incendiary grenades do a lot of damage very fast.
I can't see.
They're chasing down the Guardian now. They've got him in the back. There's just two of them. Yep, the guarding fortress player is done. You can see they finally get Cuddy as he's trying to come up on the Guardian.
He was trying to rush.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to end that one early, and the engagement didn't quite work out. So now we're going to see Egg here, who is the Guardian for the Reapers.
Oh, Guardian's dead. The Wolves Guardian's dead.
All right, so now all they have to do is finish off the rest of the team, which is only 2 more players. See if these 2 final survivors are together. Oh, connects without even aiming down the sight.
I'm on the way. Oh.
Wow. All right.
It's first to 3 here when we play Guardian, so Reapers take round 1.
We just go for boom.
Oh, Cuddy is...
Who is it this time?
Did you stay with Ricky?
All right, yeah, Cuddy this time going to be the...
Cuddy is Guardian this time.
They can come with me to boom. Yeah, you're leader, Cutters.
Let's see when he opts to use his scan. He's going to go right side this time.
He's going to take the Ember.
Yeah, very smart, because he is going to want to have a lot of distance from the enemy team in this matchup now, so really good you can control the long-ranged weapon.
Alright, use the other boom.
And you can see with this weapon as well, it has a optimal time for firing your shot after, so you only get a little bit of time to ADS before you actually release the shot.
What he is he's just holding the angle.
And I'm sure it's difficult for a player like him right now who plays gear so frequently and is so good at the game to sit back and have to let his team make the engagements because he does have to play protectively of himself.
I'm lining that guy up.
Ooh.
Great headshot. He found that optimal charge timing. Sticking with his teammates.
Spawns are swapped. So the wolves are going to be coming from behind him.
So now probably going to try to find cover in this half the map here.
Oh.
They've found the Guardian and cornered him. And he's finding all of these charge shots, putting out so much damage now. He does still have to play careful. There are only 4 players remaining for the enemy team now. They all are vulnerable to losing their lives for good. But you do still want to play smart as the Guardian just in case your team gets overwhelmed. So now 1 player remaining.
I'm going in.
Cuddy says, I'm going in, and he does get an assist there on the final player for the Wolves. So need 1 more round.
So the wolves are getting caught on that spawn swap, and the Guardian isn't moving out fast enough. That's what we're seeing here. So the wolves have to realize when that spawn swaps, move. Like if you're Guardian.
Again, we need to take a look here at which player is the Guardian this time for the Wolves, because I'm curious how they're wanting to play. If one of these players is going to decide to switch up the way they play Guardian and maybe not play quite so far back. That is very dangerous to see, though. I believe Cuddy just got the boom shot.
Is the Guardian this time.
All right, so we'll have to see if he plays the same style that his teammates did, because right now he's maybe not pushed quite as far back as his teammates were that played Guardian before. In fact, he is going to push up toward the spot that Cuddy was staying in earlier, so not going to opt for... I believe the torque bow is not there anymore, so... yeah, very smart of him to move to another position, though. He definitely noticed that they were being swarmed in their spawn. You can see now.
You see, this is just good positioning by Kitten, just making sure that he can be protected, and he can also lay down some cover fire if need be.
And I believe that is Cuddy there with the boom shot as well, which Cuddy going to go ahead and give the boom shot over. It's a very good weapon to play defensively with, because if you get stuck in a pinch, that'll just take out whatever player you need it to.
So the Wolf Guardian is on the opposite side of the map. And he's pretty much just where he needs to be.
Yeah, right now you're seeing that some kills are actually coming out for the Wolves, so while they're defending their Guardian well, it's not helping them make too much progress towards the Guardian for the Reapers, although Reapers now 3 down. Sorry, the Wolves have 3 down at the hands of the Reapers. Reapers finishing off their targets as well. You can see a really good incendiary grenade from MJ there.
It's not going to be enough to knock him down.
Yeah, unfortunately. So he retreats his way all the way back into their spawn, and we've seen this be a really, really dangerous situation to be in for the Wolves before. You can see that that right side is being pushed up.
Oh, gets one down.
Yeah, some good defense being played here. This time they don't let themselves be swarmed, no pun intended. Although they do have a cog behind.
Spawn swap.
That one of the Locusts was behind the cog there, and they're going to finish off the Guardian. So now 1 life remaining for the 4 players still left alive.
He fucking spawned behind me.
Yeah, a little bit upset about the spawn swap there. It looks like
you gotta be aware.
Does inform you when it happens, unlike most games. So,
yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a finish for the Reapers. They're going to take their 17th win. 17th win. Yeah, Wolves weren't even able to get a kill on a Guardian that game. Not even when Cuddy said his famous words, "I'm going in." So
He did go in.
He did go in. He went in all game long. He was just, yeah. He did. I mean, he didn't carry the team by any means, but he's always such a huge point for the team to pivot off of. He can make call-outs. You saw him swapping weapon to his teammate when Kitten was the Guardian.
You don't see that.
Yeah, he just played such a great team leader there. He knows the game well, and he wants to make sure the rest of his team is performing up to that standard. Maybe not quite as high as his own standard for himself, but the standard he expects for a team in Gears.
But now it is Dead by Daylight, and the Wolves have the setups. The Wolves can either go Killer or you go Survivor.
Yeah, depends how confident they are. 4 players remaining. Bless you.
Sorry, pollen is crazy.
A little bit of technical difficulties here on this little bit of human resources technical difficulties here. So now we are, like he said, we're going to have Dead by Daylight, and we're going to get the standings up now, so that we can just all die here on the desk to pollen. So Wolves, like we said before, 3-6. Reapers 8-1. This is I mean, I wouldn't say the Wolves we had no expectation that they were going to take this one in a heavy-handed fashion. I don't know. I mean, some people may have expected a shutout game like this from the Reapers, but the Wolves have their specialty games, so it's not a guarantee for the Reapers to really kind of steamroll over them. I think there were opportunities here where the Wolves could have made this scoreline a little bit closer, and they just weren't really able to pull it out. NHL was an opportunity for them. That one ended 0-1. So
yeah, they didn't play NHL too bad. It was just you just couldn't get anything on offense. The defense worked well enough to where, you know, they limited a lot of scoring opportunities. I mean, you gave one up, but you know it happens. But overall, it wasn't really a bad game. CTR, you guys just learned that you got to work on CTR. You got to get that together. Because Twig being their best player, and you know Kitten being one of the bottom players on the team, he's not a horrible player, but he's just not where everyone else is on the Reapers. And for him to be ahead of you as far as he was, it shows a lot. It shows what practice does.
Yeah, absolutely. He wasn't playing nearly like that the last time we saw him. So we do have. It's going to be Koizen here.
Koizen's going to go in as killer.
Yeah, so the Wolves opted for killer, and they want Koizen to go in that role. So the survivors for the Reapers going to be Kitten, 144p, Pebble, and Cinnabar.
So depending on how long this game goes, this could be the second to last game we see this evening.
It's true. Dead by Daylight can drag out for quite a while. We saw Texas Chainsaw do it earlier.
Yeah, it did. Texas Chainsaw being a almost 20-minute game. When we normally see him use it to at max like 10-15. So that just shows as people get better in the league and people understand the game better, you're going to see games like that get longer because it becomes more of the strategy aspect of it kicks in a lot more when everyone is understanding the game much better than it did beginning of the season.
Yeah, and we may see some interesting things as the wheel changes over time, those kinds of gameplay developments. That's the really exciting thing about going season to season in the league, is when the wheel changes, there are entire new strategies that get to be developed, and you get to watch it happen in real time from week to week.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, as you see, patches happen, seasonal things happen. Even with COD, you saw the new sniper rifle getting used. You see how strong it is when you can hit your shots. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you're going to see new lineups with the new characters coming in. New killers in Dead by Daylight. You're going to see that all come into play. So you'll see it in real time. Overwatch 2 Venture. New DPS, and it's going to change how people play certain game modes.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very strange look to the game now.
Yeah. I see Venture being...
All right. Yeesh. So it looks like the Wolves did not fully set up Dead by Daylight correctly on their first attempt. So we don't get a forfeit taken because the Reapers do still want to play this one out. So they have pretty much allowed the mistake. They have deferred the penalty, if you will. And we're going to play this one out. So you see Wolves with a -1 timeout because...
And we will get Apex.
Ooh, we will get Apex. That's exciting. That -1 timeout there just means that they would have been punished for the mistake that
He's
they
going
made.
to play Hunter
Oh,
in this map.
interesting. Playing Hunter in Portal 2. That's odd.
This almost feels like a Fortnite DLC.
Fortnite DLC. We're seeing Dead by Daylight cross Portal. That's great. Wow, alright. Yeah.
Poison's playing with no perks.
I think I'm starting to understand why the Reapers wanted to play this.
He's playing a naked hunter. Or naked trapper.
Okay.
He gets a clean hit.
Good patience there to wait for the juke.
He hasn't set any traps yet. He needs to.
There it is. He's resetting that one.
But he has 2 traps he can set down.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to set some down.
Yeah, Quazen, you see that big thing at the bottom that says set trap? Yeah, he needs to find the optimal spot for it. And then put it down. He may have to roam the map a little bit to know exactly where he wants it.
With another hit. He's playing with no perks.
Okay. It's a little bit in the open, so possible to be spotted, but this is a very difficult map to actually see the like terrain that you're running around, so very possible that could trap somebody. I could see somebody overlooking it because there are so many black, gray, purple like lighting elements on this map, and he is hunting one down at the moment. Gonna prioritize the generator just in case this becomes a long chase here. Alright, so that pallet goes down a little bit early, which gives him an opportunity to just kind of chase around, but he's going to get it destroyed and just head through the opening. The Survivor does make some good distance, but now resetting this trap, he knows if he's in that situation again, it'll be a much, much better chase for him.
Why is nobody coaching him? Because he's getting down. He's getting, he just gets stunned. And the Reapers are rushing gens. And he hasn't hooked anybody.
Yeah, there was some damage on the board, but you can see that only one player is... He's damaged 2 players. Only one of them actually kept the damage. The other was healed already. May find contact with this other Survivor. He's just being a little overly patient with trying to make contact with his weapon and get this damage. Let's see, that trap may have connected, which is why he probably caught up here.
If he's playing with perks, it would be better.
It would. Gonna finally catch up. Gets a hit. Means the blade needs one more for it down there. Gonna opt for resetting the gen instead, and you're gonna see that generator get finished right there up top on the 2nd floor. Another one being worked on right now. Gonna check it out and see if they stuck to it, and they did. He was playing on the inside of the pallet, which actually would have been a good situation for him for that chase.
And he's just...
It does seem like he's still just finding... Oh, I was gonna say the same person, but finally there he does actually find contact with another player. Huh. Alright. Just right in his face, huh? That's a brave move. Gonna have to find more routes to work with here. He keeps giving up on some of these chases. So this generator no longer being worked. Ooh, he does cut off a survivor there who dropped the pallet. I'll have to destroy that in time. I think right now they're going to get away for the moment. That pallet's going to stay there, though. Just going to be utilized.
They're getting in gents. He's not... I don't know if it's because he doesn't know the map well, or he just hasn't built his killer, but he's not.
That is another gen popped. They only need one more.
And he's flash.
Oh, he's blinded. But he continues on the chase, though. So
He's
does
being
get
brought
blinded,
away from gens. And I don't think he realizes he's being brought away from gens.
Oh, and he does finally down a player. He's gonna look for a hook here. There is one close by, but like you said, on this side of the map, he's going to be away from gen, so he can either hook this player and try to stay in the area and lose the generators, or go for the generators and probably not get that player killed. And it looks like he is going to go toward the generators again. And that'll be the last one pop. Those escapes are open. These survivors can start making their way out. They do only need 3 to escape to guarantee a win, so I'm curious if they will try to unhook their final teammate.
He misses the hit.
I don't know if he realizes he's in the end game. He's still resetting traps rather than just smacking hurt targets. See if he can find... Not gonna be able to get him on the little step ladder there. But there's a lot of other players to... And we do see that that player that was just hit was actually the one that was hooked before. So that player off the hook now. Opportunities for escape. One of them stepped in a trap.
Oh, caught.
Oh my goodness. This late game is really, really going Koizen's way. Now, one player did free themselves from the trap, so this is the only player that's going to be hooked or down for the moment. The 3 survivors still trying to find their way to the escapes.
Destroy the pallet.
Yeah, just opting to leave it up. No particular reason. I'm curious what they're dragging this one on for. Do you think the Reapers are playing a little bit of a stall game to play with the clock? Like they're getting their downed teammates off the hooks. Using that pallet very well.
Watch the door. He has to check the door. He's being led away from the door.
But the survivors aren't even going toward it, strangely enough. Look, they're just watching. This is awesome. Watching, running in circles, messing with them. The more they get hooked here, though,
they're gonna open the door.
Die. Has the door been opened? Not yet. Oh, here we go. So he's able to land one hit. That survivor gets away for the moment. Alright, he's just going to play by the door over here. That's an ideal trap to reset for the moment. Good job with that
now
pallet.
You want to destroy the pallet.
About time for that one. He's going to want to get this one too. Yeah, he knows that he can stand guard by the door now, and the survivors don't really have too many options.
Did they open the other door?
Are they going to try to set a record for points, maybe, for survivors? Uh-oh.
Somebody got caught in the trap.
Yeah, I think one did. Or deactivated it because it doesn't look like it's showing. Oh, and that's going to be an escape. So we're going to see that second player there escape. And all of them at the same time. Oh, man. So with 18 minutes left, the Reapers are going to hit an 18-point scoreline, up 18-3. Koizen there in the second half started to get a lot more hooks, a lot more damage. He didn't play around the pallets too well. He was being avoided very heavily.
Yeah, he was being led away from gens and wasn't checking enough of them. And they just played off of that. He pretty much was getting distracted. And it's not something you can really do when you're the killer
Yeah, unfortunate situation to be in. Maybe not playing too much Dead by Daylight. Reapers wanted to play that one out, and you can see why. They knew they would take a win on it. They were very confident. So
no perks. I wonder if that was a decision or that just the knowledge of I don't know what to put in, so I didn't put in anything.
yeah, maybe he was worried something would hurt him more than it would help him by not knowing what it does affect the game more than he was ready to let it. But 17 minutes left in this game and a 15-point scoreline. But if the Wolves can win one game every minute, they can tie this one up.
Even if it forfeits, I don't think that...
There actually are not enough games left on the wheel to even win in the first place. So,
Apex for 16 points.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, and look, we're at 16 minutes, so maybe that's a sign.
Well, we wager 16 points for Apex.
Yeah, 16 points for Apex.
We make that a new rule next season. You can wager points towards the end.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and spin this one and see what we are going to go into. We're not going to spin this one. That would be too convenient.
So we have UFC, Rocket League. I do want to see Mortal Kombat if it rolls. I don't want to see StarCraft or League of Legends. Those games are not games I want to see with 15 minutes left.
Yeah, Forza is still in there as well.
Forza, depending on what map, can be a 30-minute game. And I will cry. Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to see Yu-Gi-Oh! I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I always want to see it played. UFC 5 would be boring. Wreckfest would be interesting. I mean, the Reapers like to do wacky things when they're up by this much. You might see 5 lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Or a bunch of couches.
Yeah, Wreckfest seems to be a game that either spins first or last. It's got this weird thing where they like how Madden always shows up right before the half.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing with the wheel where it has a preference for time.
Yeah, the wheel has this thing to where it's like, if you're winning, it'll spin your game sometimes. And then when you're losing or trying to mount a comeback, that one game you don't need to roll will be the one that has to be played.
The wheel loves momentum.
It definitely does. It definitely does. And it's very fickle.
Yeah, 18-3. Really heavy on the side of the Reapers. And I think it's the only thing the Reapers really expected. I think they would have been pretty upset with themselves if they didn't win by this much. In fact, I think they may make a comment about wishing they hadn't even dropped 3 games in general.
Yeah, you just got to get better at sports, apparently.
Yeah, it is interesting that 2K, Madden, and FC all went the way of the Wolves. Do you think that's because of the Wolves' abilities in those games, the Reapers lacking of ability in those games, or
I think it's like, because if you look at every team in this league, every team has those 2 or 3 games that, unless you're really good, they're almost guaranteed to win. Every team has that, and I think that those 3 games that the Wolves had are those games to where it's like if they have their best lineup in, it's almost a shoo-in that you lose. I mean, for Madden, they didn't have their best lineup in and were able to still win. So that says a lot. You also had 144p playing quarterback, and he doesn't even know what football is.
Yeah, it's true. It was 144p's first time playing quarterback. So now we understand why that was mostly a defensively played game of Madden from the side of the Reapers.
Poison, you still need to learn how to kick field goals, no matter what's in your ear.
Yeah, that's true. They did have Cuddy making noises in their ear the whole time, but all right. So now we will get the wheel spin.
So what's this team comp gonna be? Bang, blood, Gibby. StarCraft 2 was last game. Can we please forfeit this? Can we, as UEL, forfeit?
Can we? Let's ring Mers up real quick.
On behalf, Billy, if you're watching this, we're gonna need you to guest commentate because this isn't gonna be fun.
Okay.
Oh man. All right, so we are going to have hopefully Wolves on the Wolf squad. They oftentimes are. And it looks like they will be because I believe this is going to be Eagle Squad for the Reapers. So playing some gun game here, some gun run. We are going to see these teams run the ladder. They're going to start here with the flatline. Hemlock going to be the second weapon. Flatline, a solid weapon to have your
definitely is
non-runners play with, but it's Nemesis here, the third weapon that we are going to
Nemesis
see.
was great in its breakout when it was first introduced, but they've had to nerf it because of how strong it gets.
Yo, what is going on?
So, it's still very, very good once it speeds up all the way.
And this one that they've got here in Gun Run is pretty good as well. It's built with a purple kit loadout and then a 2x scope or 2x sight as well. Depending on the player, some people would consider the optimal. Some people prefer a 3x, but I think a lot of people would agree that a 2x is optimal.
Oh my god! Why is the Lifeline solo pushing?
Yeah, that's strange.
What are you guys going? What's going on here? Your Lifeline shouldn't be pushing up.
No.
See here, you don't have height and you don't have the lead, and they're watching the zip line.
Yeah, they're gonna have to approach from another angle, and we see them doing it.
Bloodhound gives them the other angle.
But unfortunately, they were scanned. It was smart of them to slow down on that play once they got scanned. They were able to get some damage out there on 144. But still, there's a pretty decent lead for the Reapers. The more kills they get, the more they're going to push away. But even if they hold this right here, they'll have a really decent lead for the rest of the game. So on the Devotion now, they do have a Havoc and a Devotion.
The Havoc with the turbocharger is really good.
Oh, I'm going to move on to the L-Star now.
The L-Star, which they put in the care package last season, was probably the most broken care package gun. And now it's just kind of melts people now, and people, I don't understand why. I always hated that gun so much.
Yeah, it was really annoying. You would see people oftentimes buy it in arenas, back with the arenas game mode was in rotation. It was a lot of fun. This is the last reminiscence we have that's similar to it. So far ahead now, though. The Reapers just pushed up to the 10th gun, 11th now, the R99. So they're on to SMGs here.
So this Bloodhound that we have, which I think is 144p, has the Prowler, which is
and still staying alive, able to get a kill. Gets one with the alternator as well.
And he has the Volt, which in my opinion is the best SMG.
The Volt is a fantastic weapon.
Apparently Twig's controller is broken.
He's still winning. Not a kill coming out there from 144p just yet. Gets that target really low, but I think they're both opting to just sit back and heal a little bit. So that engagement isn't going to end in a kill, which is very unfortunate for the Wolves because
I'm enjoying seeing how even with the lead, they're still pushing fights.
Yeah.
Most people get a lead and they want to sit back and hang back, but the Reapers are still pushing these fights.
Yeah, I think they want to make it to this knife at the end, this throwing knife. The Mozambique doesn't really...
Mozambique from that range is kind of crazy.
Okay, we'll see the Gibraltar ult coming down. That'll zone them out of that area if they're still sitting there.
Unless they're in the,
yeah, they're
inside
by now.
Waiting on info for the Bloodhound scan if we can. Good Gibby movement that we're seeing right here.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't get chased down either. I know that they're in this general area. Wow! So we've got the triple take now in the hands of Twig. Gets a kill. Oh, let's see it. Come on.
The Kraber shot.
Kraber, the most beloved weapon in Apex since it was released.
Until they nerfed it.
Yeah, it was the first Ultimo weapon in the game.
I've seen a one-shot headshot red shields, which was crazy.
Oh, and there it is. He's gonna move on to the wingman with that beautiful, beautiful Kraber shot. Yeah, wingman a little bit difficult of a weapon to take multiple targets with, though.
Hey, how much time left?
Oh, the longbow connects and moves him up to the P2020. 144p, gonna close in on the knife for his team.
Yo, bro, that's fucking good.
And that damage is gonna put him on the knife.
Man, just disappeared.
Picks up nothing on the scan. They may be across the map now. Possibly need to get themselves to the high ground. They are going to position up here now.
I wish the knife wasn't a game, like a weapon in the BR version. Can you imagine being thirsted?
Yeah, really.
Like knife thirsted? It'd be like how Rebirth is. That people use throwing knives to insta thirst you.
Right.
Always.
Oh, the headshot. The headshot with the knife. Oh man. Personally, if that were me, I would survive, but
Yeah, I would have taken that.
I would just probably live, I think.
Yeah, Speedy is number 38 Fred, for those of you who aren't keeping up with the standings.
I meant in real life. I could just tank that. I got a thick Neanderthal cranium. Just right here. The knife would just bounce off. You could wait, what? Oh man, we're gonna need to keep that energy because we're gonna close this one out with StarCraft, which is a game that the two of us are just gonna kind of watch.
I know enough about it to know what's going on and to know, understand, build, and destroy. That's kind of what this game is.
So you like read the back of the box?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
Remember when you used to go to GameStop and you buy a game and the whole ride home you're reading the little booklet?
Absolutely.
That's kind of what I'm doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember I would take the plastic cover off of Halo 3. My mom would be like, "Don't leave that in the car," and I'd be like reading the book. Everything's out, splayed all over the place. Not the disc though. I wasn't that kind of freakazoid that would leave discs out. No, for all of you, because I know some of you watching right now, your Overwatch disc is in your Rocket League case for the Xbox. You're a fiend and you don't deserve video games. The video games should be treasured and competed in.
I think the last video game I got on an actual disc was Call of Duty Vanguard. My wife bought it for me for Christmas.
You should get another
one. Came out.
Because that story is like almost cool, and then you say Call of Duty Vanguard, and it's not cool anymore.
It was. I think like 107 minutes in that game.
That's it? Oh, you got to forfeit.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my
thank
goodness.
You.
Oh, an MK. Right,
an
MK. This is your night, dude. This is how we're going to close it out.
This is how I wanted to close this out. Thank you for not playing StarCraft last. Thank you for doing that for me. So we have Cuddy and Twig, who are going to have to go in, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. It is the only option.
And can Alchemist win a fighting game tonight? Can this be it? Will this be it?
This might be the opportunity. Probably Dre Alchemist again, right?
Probably could be Dre Alchemist. I don't see Phoenix going in as a fighter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this will be the one to close out the night, so...
20-3. Wait,
what? All right, we're gonna get another forfeit there from the Wolves. We're not gonna get a forfeit for the Wolves. Actually,
that wasn't messed up.
That was just.
I was hoping we weren't forfeiting.
They scared us. Wow. Oh, they really scared us there. Okay, so that was just correcting.
Because MK was one of the games I actually wanted to see.
We'll hopefully get a warning before they do it next time. They say it first, and then we'll
forfeit pop up.
Yeah, I know. It really. Our faces dropped. I think when we saw it, I'd love to watch that one back. We were like,
because then it's like they forfeit MK, and then you get something like League of Legends rolling.
Yeah.
The Reapers forfeit.
They're not happy about that out there.
Who did that?
I think somebody out there said no fudging way, man. They were really upset about that one.
Watch League of Legends. No. Wreckfest.
Wreckfest. Okay, that's a fun one. They might close out the night on that. Let's see though, because we are gonna reset the setup timer. We might be at the point where this one's just over. I don't know. Does it go Mortal Kombat to Wreckfest? That's console to PC. So 4-minute setup. So this could take us to the end. I think they're gonna have to decide if they want to play it. I think it is up to the players. But I think if this timer ticks down and we hit 0 and they don't want to play, I'm
the Reapers have one timeout, and if they decide to use it, we will play Wreckfest.
True. Right. Otherwise, I think this one is donezo.
The Reapers. I just hope you don't hold us hostage.
They might want to go out on a win, honestly.
They already went out on a win.
Well, I mean, they just forfeit MK.
Why?
Yeah.
I want to find out who did that. When they come in here, I'm gonna ask who forfeited MK. Who decided that MK was just the game we're not playing?
Maybe we'll ask them why. What was the idea behind it? Yeah. With 1.5 minutes left in this matchup, you think the Wolves can come back?
Absolutely.
All right.
You bet.
Wreckfest could be a way for them to reclaim their pride here if they play this one. Go ahead and finish it off 5-20. Get a quarter the score of your opponent. The Wolves had a rough one here, but they will be finishing their season 3-7. The Reaper's going to be finishing up at 9-1. 9-1 is a really scary scoreline. I don't care what team you are.
Especially since the year one loss came from right now the only other team that people see challenging you, and that's the Eclipse.
In a game that could have gone either way.
But you can't. If you're the Reapers, you cannot sleep on the bots. I mean, they're matching you so far. They might finish 9-2. They lose to Eclipse next on Friday. They finish 8-2.
8-2. Mm-hmm.
They're one game behind you, and they're in your conference, and there's a good chance that that's the team you got to go through to get to Michigan. Don't sleep on them, because it's gonna hurt if you lose because you didn't take them seriously.
And every team is different too. It's not always that. Whew.
No Wreckfest.
All right. Well, I mean, with 8 seconds left to go, Street Fighter 6.
And
I mean,
the Reapers are gonna call their last time out.
Oh, they do. Do they?
Do they use a timeout, or do we just go into the end of the game?
Oh,
and
that looks like a timeout to me.
His Cutters is going to want to showcase that Kimberly.
Oh, man. They're holding us hostage.
I just want to go home.
So this will be our 26th game played of the night.
26 out of 33 games.
Yeah. We came out to 26 games. Our first half ended. I think we only played 11. So that's 15 games in the second half. With some forfeits. I mean, we did have like 3 forfeits in a row here at the end. So maybe around 12 actually played. So that makes sense. That comes out to about the same. Pretty even game here.
Pretty
all
even
around.
pace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a good matchup. The Wolves showed life every once in a while. They took a couple of wins, and then in some of these games, they showed that they had the ability. Maybe if they weren't going up against the Reapers, they would have had some wins on some of those games. I mean, it's not like they finished this season 0-10, right? It's a 3-7. They very clearly can win against certain teams in the league.
0-10, that's where we might see the Bucks.
It's very possible. They have 1 game remaining. So we will be playing Street Fighter 6. Do we know who the Bucks are playing this week? The Bucks are playing against. We do have it back there, so production might let us know. We do have the calendar back there. I am curious who the Bucks are playing for their final game. It's going to be the Ravens, a really, really tough team right now.
Yeah, the Ravens are on a hot streak, and it's not going to end there.
Yeah, I think the Bucks are just going to be they're going to treat it like a practice session. The Bucks have to treat it like the most important game of their career.
Shout out to Pizza Man. Since you've been a Buck, you've been holding it down. And it's great to see you show up, even though some of your teammates aren't showing up, as we've seen in recent weeks.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to go through certain rosters. The team gets so demoralized when you get to a position like that, and it's You know, you have to keep a strong mentality, and we've seen some teams able to do that, like the Wolves here today. Closing out your season against the Reapers is no easy feat, but they had a 7-man roster. They weren't willing to just hand it over to close out the regular season just because they qualified.
Yeah, and it's great to see that, and it's good to see that competitiveness. You just gotta go and put some more pieces together. You gotta make whatever this is, because if this is a lineup you want to run with, you gotta make it work better than this.
Yeah. This isn't the end of the season for the Wolves, right? In fact, it's the start of a new piece of the season for them. They can start all over and try something new. There's going to be quite a few game patches coming out in our off time for about a month. We're going to have some time for these teams to prep for the postseason.
Some new game patches, some new seasons are going to start.
Right.
You might see a lot of the things you lost to today not be able to work the next time you come out. And hopefully tanks get a buff in Overwatch, because the tank role is in shambles right now.
Yeah, playing tank is probably the most fun thing to do in Overwatch, in my opinion, and unfortunately, when Overwatch 2 started, it was really, really cool to be the only tank on the team. It feels like a position where you should only have one player holding kind of that role. I was definitely slow to get into the idea of it. I was definitely on the train of this is going to ruin Overwatch. And then I played it on day one, and I play tank, and I was like, this is maybe the most fun I've ever had. And they've just been nerfing that role to the ground. But you know what they haven't nerfed? Zangief. And a lot of people aren't too happy about it. But we're going to see two grapplers go head-to-head here. And this player 2 side is going to be the Wolves. So we have Pebble right now in for Reapers, and it is Saucy there on the Zangief, who is going to get that grab.
And it's just going to be...
Oof. Yeah, that grab's going to go ahead and finish him off.
Marissa is so... like...
Yeah. So that's already going to be one there on the board for the Reapers. Wolves still have 4 players left.
You've got to be careful with him. This is a former fighting game champion. You got to dolls him.
Oh, great connection there while he was falling. Very, very slow aerial connect. There's a lot of time to...
Dawson is just a very slow character.
Yeah.
And he's meant to not be played like that. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's going to be 2 players down now for the side of the Wolves. Pebble right now looking really good. And using that timer there, you can see that based off of how much time he finishes the round with, he gains health back for his next opponent. So we are now going to get Poison in on the Cammy. And it looks like he's got his own playstyle that he wants to run. He's gonna try to really bring it. Not able to find the openings he wants just yet. Does have some of those blocks being set up. But right now the wall pressure is just as tough as it ever was.
Oh, plunge counter.
This could be... It's an escape from the wall. Oh, gonna get charged down. 3 in a row. 3 win streak you see there at the bottom left. Pebble's taken 3. We're gonna see we've probably got Phoenix coming in now.
Alchemist.
It is going to be Alchemist, so he's not actually gonna anchor.
Anchor?
Interesting. So Alchemist coming in, you can see he's gonna... Okay. Yeah. I was like, combo list? Really? I don't think he'd need it, but... Go ahead and check his controls real quick. Pebble is still looking really comfortable, but Alchemist is going to be definitely tougher than what he was just up against, so... Pebble's going to have his toughest challenge in Street Fighter so far. Alchemist needs to have this one because all the fighting games tonight have just not gone his way. He's been trying his best, but it's just not going his direction. So we'll see what he's able to get going here. Already half health bar. Pebbles coming down pretty low, just getting poked at here. catching her in the air. All of these hits just coming out one at a time.
And, you know, he gets Pebbles out of there.
Mm-hmm. Egg now going to slide in. His turn to try to take control, and we will see who he's playing. I don't think I really checked the right side lineup to see what they've got for characters.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so it's probably going to be a Luke here. Yeah, Luke and Ryu going to be going up against each other on this one.
Gonna try to outzone him, get it close.
Yeah, Alchemist. Ooh, yeah, struggling for control. You're seeing that he's not like quite stringing together the same confident combos that he was in other games. This one is more about him finding openings and using his fighting game knowledge to just be able to pick down his opponent. Oh, Egg gets pressured against the wall there. Good grab to compensate for not having a combo at the ready. Just going for these high-low repetitive combos, and then the...
You gotta mix them up a little bit.
Some of these Hadoukens actually connecting, making it difficult for an engagement. Both players fairly low, but Egg looking really, really dangerous territory right now. Although he wants to try to finish Alchemist, who's on just a little bit of health, and he does. He is able to finish, and so now it is only going to be Phoenix left for the Wolves. It's going to be Phoenix versus Egg. Phoenix going to try not to get closed off on the first one here because Egg is sitting on pretty minimal HP right now.
Oh, can this be the beginning of a Phoenix comeback?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see in a fighting game of all things. All right, and maybe possibly another Ryu also. Yeah, another Ryu here. Phoenix will be playing, so Egg already warmed up into this matchup, but it could be played differently, and it looks like it already will be. This is not the kind of pressure we were seeing from Alchemist, so Phoenix.
Can Phoenix make the comeback happen?
Yeah, let's see what happens. He's got 3 players left to go. He's got a Cammy, a Ken, and a Kimberly to go up against.
3 bars, full health.
You're going to get Twig coming in now on the, I believe it was the Cammy. Yeah. So Twig on the modern Cammy now. Both players kind of just taking jabs at each other. See those health bars I'm going to do awfully quick. Alright, the first grab comes out to do a little bit of damage, but all of these aerial engagements that Cammy likes to come in with, just not coming through right now. They're all getting just jabbed down. Is finding a lot of connects with that spin kick, though. Oh, and that's a big connection that can be carried into a few different combinations, but right now it's going to be just another grab. So a few more jabbing connections come out from Phoenix. Phoenix not out
Phoenix
of this
is
one
playing
yet.
on Classic.
That's going to connect and finish it off.
That will be game. And the Reapers will win 4-22.
All right, so another Reapers win. Yeah, 26 games, 22 of them going the way of the Reapers. Very, very tricky game for the Wolves to try to navigate. They were able to take 3 sports games and Mortal Kombat by forfeit. So it would have been interesting, I think, to see if Mortal Kombat would have gone the Wolves' way if they played it out. I do think there's a reason the forfeit came through. I think the Wolves had a really good chance on that one.
Yeah.
So, especially with the lineup that the Reapers still had remaining at that point. But we will be joined by the Reapers here shortly. And we will get an interview with them, and we're going to ask them what was up with the Mortal Kombat.
Why forfeit Mortal Kombat?
I am very curious why they didn't want to play that one, but they had a lot of team games they played today. a game with very little to prove, and yet still proved a lot. So we're going to be joined here by them now as they make their way in.
Oh, shit. Cool day.
All right. And as they finish making their way in here, anybody take it, just hand out. There you go. All right. So congratulations, guys, on your win. You have now finished your season with a 9-1 record. So how are you feeling about this season overall?
Pretty easy.
Pretty easy.
No offense to the other teams.
Go ahead and talk into the top of it.
Oh, my fault.
There you go. Now they can hear you.
Pretty easy. No offense to the other teams.
Right. So 9-1. Obviously, you guys, fantastic record, a very heavy winning record. We're getting our desk fixed by Mr. Twig here. This head all up in the camera, but really good record. But just to talk about the one, obviously, it's the thing that a lot of people are thinking about when you talk about that 9-1 record. What do you guys plan to do in the postseason to prevent yourselves from taking another loss now that you've already had one this season?
Yeah, don't put Rez in. I think that was the downfall.
We need Eric.
Yeah, we need Nibble.
Eric
We
said
need
he's starting
Nibble.
in the finals. So
Yeah. You got a PC now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys took a pretty tough one against the Wolves. We did want to ask, with the Mortal Kombat forfeit, what the idea was there. Why'd you guys forfeit Mortal Kombat?
We don't want to give up.
Take the mic. They can't hear you.
We didn't want to give up the tech and who plays what, so the clips don't know, you know.
Got it. Okay. All right. All right. And Eclipse finally gets name dropped there as well.
Thanks for watching. Nobody?
All right. All right. You know what? I'm going to pick. Yeah, go ahead. So, what I wanted to ask for the very last thing, going forward in the season now, you guys are going to have a couple of games that are going to have way higher stakes than everything you've played so far this season. So, what games are you really looking forward to, and how do you think you're going to improve in the offseason?
The final.
I thought you didn't want to talk.
I didn't. I didn't know he was asking that.
So we're looking forward to play the bots. That's gonna be a good game, and Eclipse.
Bots and Eclipse. Okay. All right. I think a lot of people are looking forward to those games, so we will be seeing those in just a few weeks now, but we still have a whole final week of UEL to get to. We're going to do a final wheel spin, I guess, to show you guys what would have been, I suppose. So, got a people rooting for League of Legends.
Hey, look, I'm not gonna lie. Ain't nobody beating us this season. Because Eclipse be thinking they nice. It was upset that their record got stolen. But I'm not gonna lie.
Closer.
They kind of suck. Just sitting here every day watching them play, they really not as good as people think they are. So I'm ready to just win $100,000.
All right. So there's the declaration. It is going to be Ravens versus Bucks tomorrow. We'll see how that one goes. We got Twig walking out of the studio with a mic drop.
Rainforestsoaps.com. Check us out. Y'all need a shower.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us. We will see you tomorrow. The mic's off. Nice try. We will see you guys tomorrow for Ravens versus Bucks. Thank you for joining us.
The winners is we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams. Growing and hanging below. Ultimate Endgame is league 1,000,000 degrees. And this is where games go pro.